Herkese günaydın. Şu anda etkinliğimize yaklaşık 200 kişiye kadar katılım olmuş durumdadır. 1000'den fazla kayıt aldığımız için sizden ricamız bir 2-3 dakikalık daha beklemeniz. Sonrası da etkinliğimize hızlıca başlıyor olacağız. Evet, bence başlayabiliriz. Öncelikle İngilizce olarak bir giriş yapayım. Good morning, everyone. Very happy to see you. Right now, we have around 250 people attendees. So today we are going to make a training on the Horizon Europe for General Introductory Training. Our trainer is valuable trainer Nicolas Floratas will be with us today. So he will give excellent training, and we kindly ask you follow up very closely, be interactive as much as possible. So I would like to say also the training is going to be under the record. So the record will be shared later on in our website, but please don't leave. So it doesn't mean you need to leave. So I will give a short presentation first of all regard to what the current situation of the Horizon Europe. Very short presentation. So then I will give the word to Nico. So the presentation will be Turkish. I am switching back to Turkish. Then very shortly I will explain it. Herkese günaydın. Benim adım Çağrı Yıldırım. Avrupa Birliği Çerçeve Programlar Müdürü olarak görev yapıyorum TÜBİTAK'ta. Bugün ofisimizden gene Burcu Hanım bizlerle beraber olacak. Burak Bey bizlerle beraber, Erencan Bey bizlerle beraber. Ve onun dışında da mevcut teknik destek projemizdeki backstopping team de bizlerle beraber olacak. Sorularınıza yardımcı olmaya çalışacağız gün boyunca. Sunum ekranda gözüktüğünü umut ediyorum. Şunu söylemek isteriz. Ufuk Avrupa Programı bildiğiniz üzere Avrupa Birliği'nin birlik programları arasında yer alan en yüksek bütçeli programlardan bir tanesi. Şu anda mevcutta Türkiye'nin dahil olduğu programlara, birlik programlarını solda görüyorsunuz. Erasmus programı, Avrupa Dayanışma Programı, Gümrükler Programı, Dijital Avrupa Programı, AB Sivil Koruma Mekanizması. Bu programların her birinin koordinasyonundan sorumlu kuruluşlar farklıdır. Ufuk Avrupa Programı'nın koordinasyonunu TÜBİTAK yürütmektedir ülkemizde. Bunun dışında Türkiye'nin gene Avrupa Birliği üyelik süreçlerinden doğan imkanlardan faydalandığı katılım öncesi mali yardım aracı İPA programı mevcuttur. Gene AB Başkanlığımızın yürütmekte olduğu, koordinasyonu yürüttüğü sınır ötesi işbirliği programları var. İPA 3 yani 2021-2027 yıllarında tanıtılan Türkiye Yatırım Platformu da projelendirmeye başlamıştır. Ufuk Avrupa Programı, Ufuk 2020 programına aşinaysanız eğer aslında mevcut bileşenler üzerine kurulmuş, çok fazla değişiklik geçirmemiş bir programdır. Üç tane temel bileşen üzerinde. Mavi ile gördüğünüz kısım Avrupa'yı bilimsel teknolojik yönden güçlendirme odağında olan bir bileşen. Daha çok araştırma burslarının verildiği, dolaşım bursları desteklerinin verildiği kısım. %25'lik bir bütçeye hakimdir. Yeşille gördüğünüz kısım ise Avrupa'nın toplumsal sorunlara cevap vermek, sosyoekonomik modelleri, değerleri sürdürülebilir kılmaya yönelik vermiş olduğu destekler %50'den fazla. Kırmızı ile gördüğünüz kesim ise Avrupa'nın yenilik kapasitesini, rekabetçiliğini, istihdamını arttırmadan da vermiş olduğu destekleri göstermektedir. Şu anda programın 3 tane ana bileşen üzerinde kurulu olduğunu söyledik. Bugünkü eğitimde herhangi bir bileşen özelinde odaklanılmayacak. Daha çok proje management cycle'ı, proje yazım süreçlerinde nelere dikkat edilmesi gerektiği, proje yazmadan önce ya da projelere dahil olmadan önce neler yapılması gerektiğine yönelik bu programlar üzerindeki bilgi günlerini de gene biz hem TÜBİTAK olarak hem de Turkey Horizon Europe program kapsamında her bir bileşen özelinde spesifik eğitimler vermekteyiz. Buradaki yansıda gördüğünüz üzere bilimsel mükemmelliyet alanı altında daha Avrupa Araştırma Konseyi Marie Curie eylemleri ve altyapılar destekleniyor. Daha çok araştırma üniversiteleri ya da üniversitelerimizin, akademisyenlerimizin faydalandığı programlar bunlar. Sağdaki kesim ise yenilikçi Avrupa ise KOBİ'lerin daha fazla destek alabildiği, KOBİ'lerin dahil olduğu projelerin olduğu programlardır. Avrupa Yenilik Konseyi, Avrupa Yenilik Ekosistemi ve Avrupa İnovasyon Teknoloji Enstitüsü. Ortada gördüğünüz kısımda ise kümeler ölçeğinde TÜBİTAK'tan belki desteklerine hakimseniz eğer geçmişte 1003, 1511 programları vardı. Yani çağrılı desteklerin yer aldığı programlar bunlar. Avrupa Birliği'nin öncelikleri doğrultusunda belirlenen alanlarda destekler verilmekte. Programın Türkiye'ye katılımına baktığımızda ise şu anki rakamlara bakıldığında Ufuk 2020 en solda gördüğünüz rakam aslında Ufuk 2020 programının ilk 3 yılında, ilk 4 yılında yaklaşık 134 milyon avroluk bir fon kazanılırken Türkiye'ye bu programda 356 milyon avroya çıkmış durumdadır. Yani burada rakamsal anlamda, bütçesel anlamda ülkemizdeki paydaşlar yer aldığı projelerin bütçeleri artmış durumdadır. Yaklaşık 2 katından fazlası olma yolunda gidiyor. Yani 2,5 katına gelmiş durumda. Yani 3 katında da diyebiliriz aslında. Ufuk 2020 programında desteklenen ilk 3 yılında proje sayısı 487 iken bu programda 724'e çıktı. Katılımcı sayısı 1184'e çıktı. ERC'den proje alan araştırmacıların sayısı 26'ya çıkmış durumda ve çok ortaklı projelerde koordinatör sayımız 55 oldu. Yani bu anlamda projede aslında sadece projelere dahil olan değil, projelerde etkin rol alan Türk kuruluşlarının sayısının bu programda arttığını söyleyebiliriz. Sağdaki rakamda zaten mevcutta desteklenen proje sayılarının da yıllar açısından arttığını gösteriyor. Bu da mevcuttaki hem teknik destek projemizin hem TÜBİTAK'ın vermiş olduğu destekler hem de Türk ekosisteminin, Türk araştırma ekosisteminin daha fazla Avrupa araştırma ekosistemine daha fazla entegre olduğunu gösteren bir rakam. 2024'teki rakamın düşüklüğü daha henüz açıklanmayan rakamlar olmasından ötürü onun da yaklaşık 180-190 olmasını bekliyoruz açıkçası. Kurum ve kuruluşların başarılarına baktığımızda Türkiye'de özel sektörün daha yoğun bir şekilde programdan yararlandığını görüyoruz. Avrupa'daki diğer ülkelerin örneklerine baktığımızda aslında morla gördüğünüz kısım daha yüksek oluyor ya da eşdeğer oluyor. Yani burada şu mesajı alabiliyoruz. Daha fazla araştırma ekosistemimizin projelerden yararlanabileceği alanlar mevcut olduğunu gösteriyor. Ama özel sektörde de kırılımlara baktığımızda ise KOBİ'lerin ölçeği daha düşük. Daha çok büyük sanayi şirketlerimiz programdan yararlanmakta. Zaten solda da gördüğünüz üzere en başarılı Türk araştırma kuruluşları G Marmara, Ford Otosan, Arçelik gibi kuruluşlarımız mevcut fonlar miktarı anlamında yüksek. En başarılı Türk araştırma kuruluşları Koç Üniversitesi birinci sırada geliyor. Mevcutta birçok ERC projesine ev sahipliğini yapmakta. Tebriklerimizi sunuyoruz yeniden kendilerine. TÜBİTAK araştırma merkezlerinin, TÜBİTAK enstitüleri de 17,97 milyon avro ile ikinci sırada gelmekte. En başarılı kuruluşlu KOBİ kuruluşlarımıza baktığımızda SRDC, B-Mobility geliyor. Ama bu rakamlar ölçek bakımından çok düşük kalıyor. Burada da iyileştirme alanı olarak görüyoruz TÜBİTAK olarak. Bugün mutlaka bizim bütün bilgi günleri, işte açılan yeni çağrılar, işte kasket çağrıları gibi böyle anlık ve kısa dönemli çağrıların olduğu programları aktif şekilde duyurduğumuz bir web sayfamız var. Ufuk Avrupa web sitesi. Hala kayıt olmadıysanız eğer lütfen bu etkinlik vesilesiyle yeniden hatırlatmak isteriz. Ufuk Avrupa.org.tr adresine giriş yaparak Orada kendinize user kısmından kendinizi kayıt açıp o mailler alabilirsiniz. Yani newsletter'ları otomatik olarak maillerinize gelebilmekte. Birçok araştırmacı bizlere mail atıyor, mail gruplarına dahil olmak istiyorum diye. Biz artık mail grubu tutmuyoruz. Her araştırmacımızı eşit davranabilmek için newsletter üzerinden bilgi paylaşımda bulunmak istiyoruz. Bu kapsamda Ufuk Avrupa sayfasına girdiğinizde, kayıt ol kısmına girdiğinizde istediğiniz alanlarda newsletter alabilirsiniz. Bunu mutlaka hatırlatıyoruz. Sosyal medya kanallarımız var. Sosyal medya kanallarımızdan da aktif şekilde duyurular yapıyoruz. YouTube kanalımızdan özellikle bu gibi etkinliklerin kayıtları yayınlanmakta. Ee, Ufuk Avrupa Ulusal İrtibat Noktaları Ofisi olarak bizler CP'lerimizle tüm alanlara yardımcı olmaktayız. Yaklaşık 35'e yakın bir personelimiz bulunmakta. Her bir alanda irtibat noktası arkadaşlarımız var. Bu irtibat bilgileri Ufuk Avrupa Ortayır adresinde Kim Kimdir sayfasından ulaşabilirsiniz. Tematik alan üzerinde sorularınızı yönlendirebilirsiniz. Bugünkü etkinliğimizi Ufuk Avrupa'da Türkiye için teknik destek projesi kapsamında yapıyoruz. Bu proje ilk yansımda bahsettiğim İPA programı altında desteklenen bir eş finansman projesidir. Avrupa Birliği'nin Türkiye'deki paydaşlarının daha fazla Ufuk Avrupa programından faydalanmasına yönelik vermiş olduğu bir bütçe var. Bu bütçe doğrultusunda bir proje desteklendi. Bu proje geçtiğimiz yılın Eylül ayında başlamış durumda. Biz bu doğrultuda eğitimler, göreceğiniz üzere birçok eğitim, 80'den fazla eğitim, webinarlar, 20 ulusal danışma toplantıları, çalıştaylar, proje pazar etkinlikleri, proje yazma kampı eğitimleri, çalışma ziyaretleri gibi birçok etkinliği bu teknik destek projemiz sayesinde gerçekleştiriyor olacağız. Bugünkü etkinliğimiz de gene bu modül üzerinden gerçekleşiyor. Şimdiye kadar en büyük yaptığımız etkinlik 10 Nisan 2025 tarihinde İstanbul'da ICT Türkiye etkinliği yaptık. Yaklaşık 300'den fazla katılımcı, Avrupa'dan da yarısından fazlası Avrupa'da da gelecek şekilde büyük kapsamlı bir etkinlik oldu. 1000'den fazla katılımcı oldu. Bu etkinliklerimizi ve bütün bilgileri Turkey Horizon web sayfasından, şurada gördüğünüz Turkey Horizon Europe org sayfasından takip edebilirsiniz. Gene bu sayfa Ufuk Avrupa Ortayırı adresimizin içerisinde yer alan bir web sitesi. Buradan da bu bilgileri takip edebilirsiniz demek isterim. Sunumum bu kadar. Çok uzun tutmak istemiyorum. Yeniden hoş geldiniz demek istiyorum. Ve sözü Niko'ya bırakıyorum. Nicolas, stage on yours. So I give the short presentation. I hope people are warm up, but you are much better than me to warm up the people. So I am leaving the word to you.
Thank you, Charlie, for that. Hello, everyone. It's going to be an exciting day. So, what I will do is I will share my own screen with the training slides. So, the idea behind this training is to really familiarize you with Horizon Europe. Even if you program, even as Charlie said, it's a very ambitious program. It showed also the most successful actors, but there is always space for improvement for everyone. And for someone that starts now, or even for someone that is already very active. Just to tell you something that is, I think, very interesting, is that last year we had the midterm Horizon Europe evaluation, which means that the European Commission evaluated how the Horizon Europe is performing. And one very striking number was that 52% of the successful actors in Horizon Europe, they were newcomers. So I think this is extremely interesting. More than half of the participants in Horizon Europe, 52%, were newcomers, which means that Horizon Europe is not only for the ones that are already active and successful in Horizon Europe, but also for the ones that are interested to exploit this large European Research and Innovation Funding Program. Of course, it's not just by trying, there is a recipe for that. And that recipe is the one that we're going to do here. Probably you have attended some of my other training events, either live or physical or via Zoom. So we will do it with a recipe, and I always follow a recipe on that. Don't know whether you have received the slides, but if you do receive them, you will see that, or when you will receive them, you will see that there are many slides. Well, by far the reason that I have that is not for creating death by PowerPoint at all, but I would like to give you the full recipe. I would like you, as soon as you leave this training today, to know more than 80% of the people that are active in Horizon Europe. I would like you to be at the top 20% of the people that are active currently in Horizon Europe. And in order to do that, I need to give you a recipe that is self-explained, so you can understand it after you leave the training, and at the same time self-applicable, which means that you are able to apply it also, not only to understand it, but to apply it. But in order to apply it, you need to understand it. So this is the reason that I have that, and I strongly advise you by the end of this training, I know that it's not that environmental friendly, but try to print 6 slides in one piece of paper, all that set of training slides, because it will be an extremely good manual for you. You will need to follow the recipe step by step. And you need to have it next to you whenever you're involved in Horizon Europe, depending on the stage that you are in Horizon Europe, or in your role in an Horizon Europe proposal. You follow the proper actions that are indicated in my training slides. Now, I promise to you that even if you're not at the top 20% of the Horizon Europe actors, you will become after this training, after my training. However, there are 2 conditions from your side, and that makes it a little bit more challenging, because we don't have an eye contact, so we are a lot of people, and it's not in a physical room. But so that's why I would like to ask from you 2 things. One is to focus on what we discuss, so try not to have that many distractions from your environment, from your mobile phone, from your email inbox. And the second thing is that I would like you to reflect, because reflection means whenever I show something and you are not feeling that comfortable, you ask the question, do I understand what Nicholas is saying here? Can I apply that in my case? How can I apply that in my case? So as soon as you reflect those questions, you raise them also during the chat. No worries during the chat, so you don't interrupt my flow. And I will be checking the chat facility regularly to see whether there are any questions, and I will be answering them. And that reflection plus focus will lead to mastery. Do you want to master something? Focus and reflect. And with the proper guidance, with the proper instruction, as we have here, you will achieve that mastery. The good things with a recipe are that a good recipe, a very good recipe, is the same. Either if you're just starting now in Horizon Europe, or if you have been very active in Horizon Europe the last from its very beginning, and you have been very successful. The recipe is always the same. The only difference is how much time you need in order to understand and apply the recipe. So a beginner might take him or her a little bit more time to understand and apply the recipe. Someone else that is quite advanced, he or she will be able to apply the recipe quite immediately. That's the only difference. The application time. The steps and the activities are always the same. Why? Because the recipe that I'm going to give you is developed by champions. The ones that have been extremely successful in Horizon Europe, they follow the recipe that we will be discussing today. So that's why I have that long set of slides to give you the full recipe, to have everything that you need to know. In addition, what I would like, in order to warm a little bit yourselves, is via the chat, because we are a lot of people. I would like you to, 400 people. Okay. I would like you to introduce your name, your role, your organization, the next 5 minutes, just the others to see also who are present. I will start first of all with my name. As Chari said, I'm Nicholas Floratos. I am a research innovation coach for the last 25 plus years. I've started when we had FP4 by that time. Now we are in FP9 framework, or Horizon Europe has another nickname. I'm an evaluator also on behalf of the European Commission the last 20 years. So during this training, I will be wearing a lot of different hats. The hat of the applicant, the hat of the evaluator, and I will be giving you different perspectives of those. The hat of the trainer. I will try to fill any gaps that you might have on that. And the hat of the researcher also. I have also a PhD in student engagement in online courses. So some of the practices that came and emerged from my training, from my research, I will apply them in this training. With you. So without further ado, please try to introduce yourself in the chat, because that I need to make sure also that you're able to use the chat facility for asking questions. And if you go through that first step, which is introducing yourself in the chat, we have already broken the first barrier, which is to ask questions during this training, because the questions that I would like you to raise is through the chat, because then you will not interrupt my flow on that. What I would like to hear also, if possible, not only your experience, but also if you have been active in Horizon Europe, your barriers, your challenges. What were the biggest problems, issues that you had to deal with when you were involved in an Horizon Europe proposal, when you were trying to be involved in an Horizon Europe proposal, or even when you have been granted a grant and you have been in an Horizon Europe project now that has been awarded? These are interesting. This is a very interesting point of information that I would like to have from you, because based on that, I will try to adapt accordingly my training also, and what we have to do here. Okay, so please try to go through and introduce yourself. I will not wait for everyone to do that. We are more than 15 people as far as I can see, so that will be a lot. But I promise you also during the break, I will go through everyone that introduced himself or herself, and I will also check any challenges, issues that you have identified and you would like to have clarified. Yes, I will do that also and I promise that.
Nikos, chat
Yeah.
is not functional for the attendees. Right now, we are trying to make it functional for the attendees as well. Question and answers only available for the attendees. But right now, we are working on it.
Okay, then you can use the question and answers. I mean, you can use the question to, I don't know whether that works. It would have been easier to have the chat facility.
Some people are starting to write on the chat section now. Maybe you can
Okay,
check it.
perfect.
Not chat, question and answers. Sorry.
Yes, on the question and answers, I see that. Yes. Okay, I have it. Yeah. Okay. I just have to ask everyone from the panel not to delete those questions until I go through all of them. Until I see all of them, so I will make a note of any challenges that you have indicated. Okay, so that's good. So it's okay. We can leave we can leave it open in the Q&A session. That's great. And here, all right. Okay. Yet. Okay. Okay. As I said, I will just see. I that said, Dogan said that they're a little bit afraid to be involved in EU projects, which is fine. It is understandable. Of course, when you do something for the first time or you haven't been familiar with it, you might have some hesitation. In some cases, you might be a little bit afraid. And I would like to repeat also what I said at the very beginning, that 52% of the participants, active, successful participants in Horizon Europe, what does successful participants in Horizon Europe means? They have been involved successfully in a funded Horizon Europe project. They are newcomers. So how they do it? They follow the recipe that we will see here for us. And I see that many of you there, so it's a quite diverse also group of participants. Some of you have very good expertise, and some of you are just beginning and you would like to begin. And for that, I would like to say that you don't have to worry at all. Why? Because the recipe is the same for everyone, as I said, and for the experienced and for the newcomers. The only thing is that the experience will be able to apply the recipe immediately. The newcomers might take them a little bit more time on that. Okay. So, all right, thank you for the ones that were brave enough to share their, to introduce themselves and share their expertise also on that. Okay. So for the ones that are quite experienced also, I would have liked to see also any barriers, any problems that you face. Okay, I see that some tried but were not that successful, like Sarah. So keep on trying, but with the proper approach. It's not keep on trying, but keep on trying with the proper approach, the one that we will discuss here with the traffic lights. Okay, so some of you also do successful projects, hop on also expert. Okay, some of you are already participating in an Horizon Europe project. Excellent. Very good participants from a diverse group, development agencies, universities, research institutions, the industry. That is great. That is great. Okay. Let me see if there's anything else. All right. I like the excitement from some of you being keen on starting in Horizon Europe. And you have the proper program for that. And TÜBİTAK is very active. Six Horizon Europe projects ongoing. Okay. Well done, Denise, with your 6 projects. Yes, I mean, the NCPs from TÜBİTAK, whenever you have a question, or they're more than willing to help, and they are the ones that are responsible for this series of trainings and many other events that are organized under this program that can give you a lot of guidance and visibility also, etc. So keep on being in contact with NCPs, as we will discuss also today. Okay, let me see. Okay, most of you have no experience, so, which is fine. And as I said, good to know that. Writing skills, okay. Really? Okay, perfect. All right. I would like to thank you for that. The ones that really shared themselves and their profile. I think this is interesting. I saw that some of you also shared some email addresses, so please feel free to use each other email addresses and start networking. All right. I think we can go on to, I saw that one, Babak mentioned two problems. Okay, two major problems. The time of the topic for the call is announced when only 1 or 2 months is remained. It's hard to team up and talk about all details. Two, finding partners is something challenging. Okay, that's a very valid question. Thank you for sharing those two problems from your side, Dr. Babak. First of all, normally in Horizon Europe, we have, at least in Horizon Europe, we have the funding opportunities 3 to 4 months before the submission deadline. Even if we don't have them as a final version, we have them as a draft version. And in most of the cases, there are no changes, which means that you can be informed of what are the funding opportunities available in Horizon Europe well in advance, 4 months minimum. If you think that this is not possible, as we will talk today, connect with your NCP and request to inform you about the funding opportunities in your area. And also through the newsletters that they publish, you will see that there are almost all of them are in 4 months, are announced officially 4 months before the submission deadline. They are required to do so, otherwise they will not be able to publish and have a deadline. Normally they give 4 months in advance. The only problem is that in many cases they have those deadlines of submission during holidays. Summer holidays, Easter holidays, and it can be a little bit awkward, but other than that, you can be informed. Finding partner is sometimes challenging. We will discuss about that also today. So stay alert on that. Okay, but all right, but we will address all those. Okay. All right. Training to apply first. Okay, someone is interested on cluster 5. Ilke, excellent. All right. I think that's more than enough. I think let's proceed now with those. Perfect. So you can keep on introducing yourself if you feel like. I will check also the new expectations and any problems and challenges. So for the time being, please let's continue. The recipe, as you will see, consists of 3 steps or 3 modules. Let me take my pen also. So we have first step, as you will see, I will try to write with my mouse. It's not the easiest, so it's not the easiest thing. So apologies for my bad handwriting. First of all, what I would like as step 1 is to make you familiar with the essentials behind Horizon Europe. What you need to know, not everything, but the Pareto rule, the 80-20 rule, that I'm going to make you familiar with the 20% of everything regarding Horizon Europe, but will give you the 80% value. So the 20% that you're going to learn today will give you the 80% value in Horizon Europe. This is what you need to know. You don't need to know anything else. So in Module 1, I'm going to tell you how to use that public information regarding Horizon Europe to your advantage and how to exploit it in order to be a more efficient partner or a successful coordinator. So we're going to talk about the Horizon Europe in depth, and by the end of this module, you will know more than, as I said, more than you will be in the top 20% of the Horizon Europe actors. So that's one thing. Then we will discuss step 2, the full proposal development cycle. What does that mean? That means how a proposal is developed in Horizon Europe from A to Z, from the idea up to the point that you submit the proposal. So we're going to discuss that, and so you will feel fully comfortable. And then I'm going to tell you how to impress the evaluators, and that will be step 2, with some tips. Speaking also from my personal experience as an evaluator, we will use the criteria formula for that. What should be the approach when you're writing a proposal in order to impress the evaluators? And I will tell you how the evaluation takes place and also how to impress them with some further tips. At the end of each step, we're going to have small quizzes, so to assess yourself also, and be alert, focusing on that. I mean, if it's optional, if you want, you can participate, but it's a nice game. There's no penalty if you don't know the answers. On the contrary, if you know the answers and you are in the top 3, what I gave also as a gift to the top 3 ones that completed all those quizzes is that they can have one-to-one session with me to discuss anything that they wish. I mean, we can be together one-to-one, either virtually or physically, depending on my availability, and we can discuss with those top 3 on the quiz anything that you wish, any problems, any challenges, or how to be involved in Horizon Europe proposals. We can do that together on a one-to-one basis for the top 3 participants in our quiz, in order to make it a little bit more exciting and challenging and motivating. But even though you're not in the top 3, it's always nice to participate in those quizzes, because it's self-assessment for you. It will allow you to know where you stand, whether you followed everything that we discussed here in this training, and whether you have some further questions. Okay, so this is the structure. Now we have planned some breaks here on those times. I will try, first of all, I don't know whether I will finish in time Module 1 at 11:15, but I would like to have our coffee break as soon as we finish Module 1, so we can take that out of the way. We can have also our quiz, and then we can have our break. Then as soon as I finish Module 2, I think how that will go, we can have the second quiz and then the lunch break, and then as soon as we finish Module 3, we can have the final, we can have the quiz and the final break. We will see how it goes. I will try to feel the energy from you and see whether we need to have a break or not, or continue. I will sense that from you and from your reactions. Okay. Now, the modules that we discussed are forming our recipe, and this We have a lot of question marks, a lot of question marks. So in order to go from that state to this one here, that we're feeling confident, we're feeling we know how to engage partners, involved as partners in a proposal. Normally, there are 3 steps. Yeah. The first step is the module 1, which is you need to understand the essentials behind Horizon Europe and how to exploit them to your advantage. Not only how to understand them, how to use them as a partner or as a coordinator. And then step 2 is as soon as we master step 1, then we will go to step 2. And step 2 is actually to become familiar with the full proposal development cycle. So, and after that, and as soon as we master that today, then we will go to step 3. And step 3 is what are the processes, how we can impress the evaluators with the criteria formula. So, Horizon Europe Intelligence is module 1. Module 2 is the I-Create formula, and the criteria formula, as I call it, is module 3 that we have. Okay, I'm very pleased to see that you are still introducing yourself, so that this is great. Thank you for that, and thank you for being that interactive. Okay. Now, let's now see the first module. This is the Horizon Europe structure. I think Chari also presented that in a way. I think the best way to understand Horizon Europe and its sub-programs, because there are a lot of sub-programs, is to understand, first of all, what is the Horizon Europe purpose. Why we have Horizon Europe, why we have something like 100 billion euros invested in that ambitious European funding program. 100 billion euros. Why? Well, first of all, European Commission has many challenges. One of the challenges is that we would like to create new scientific knowledge as Europe, including associate countries like Turkey. So for that, we have some programs under the Pillar 1, which is called Excellent Science. What does that mean? That means that all the sub-programs under this pillar have as a core purpose to create forefront. What forefront means? New, novel, and useful knowledge with scientific impact in Europe. And we can say that these European funding programs support basic research. So any sub-program, any proposal that is targeting any call under Pillar 1, needs to make sure that the core purpose of that proposal, in order to be successful, should be to create new and useful knowledge. And what we mean useful for other scientists, useful for maybe for society also, and the economy. But mainly we need to create useful knowledge for creating new knowledge that scientists were not able to create so far. So this is what Pillar 1 is doing. Now, Pillar 2, on the other hand, is the main purpose is to have projects with the aim to improve quality of life of citizens. Quality of life. This is what we have here, and that means that we have here applied and demonstrated research, applied and demonstrated solutions. Not basic research anymore, but applied research. And we need to improve quality of life with better health solutions for our citizens. We need to make sure that our society is based on values that respect human rights, respect different cultures, respect art and creativity, and they are inclusive. So we have another cluster that is dealing with that. We have another group of proposals or clusters that need to make sure that our citizens feel secure, not only from cyber attacks, but also secure from extreme weather conditions, from water flooding, from earthquakes, from fires. So we need to make sure that we're feeling safe. So we need to have solutions that protect us from those incidents. We need to make sure with Cluster 4 that any digital solutions, any industry-based solutions, any solutions for the space are having the citizens as the first priority. We need to make sure that we have solutions that respect the climate. We have solutions that respect the environment that we live. So we need to make sure that we have green energy, sustainable energy, green mobility, which means transportation that doesn't pollute our environment. So this is Cluster 5. And Cluster 6 here is that we need to make sure all the proposals that are under this, that either the food that we consume or the water reserves that we have are sufficient enough for our use. So we need to make sure that the drink that we drink and the food that we consume is healthy and good for us. And that is the core role of Cluster 6. So that's why Pillar 2 has to deal with improving quality of life. So it's good to understand that. So all the proposals under that pillar needs to have that as a core purpose. And is this enough? No. I mean, are we complete? Are we done regarding research and innovation if we have fulfilling basic research and applied research? No. We need also pillar 2, which is Innovative Europe. What is that? Europe faces a big issue. What is that issue? The issue is that we are number one in the whole world as a Europe to create great scientific knowledge. What I mean with great scientific knowledge, we are, as Europe, all the organizations, all the institutions that are based in Europe, including Turkey, they publish scientific knowledge in journals that are in the top rated publications. So we have the biggest number of publications that are published in the top rated scientific journal. We have the biggest number of publications in the top rated scientific journals, which is great. Yes, of course it's great. It's excellent. But we are not doing that well on transforming that knowledge, scientific knowledge, into innovative solutions. So to transform those research findings into solutions that penetrate global markets, they are globally competitive, globally innovative, and they create growth, they advance the employment, and etc. We are not doing that well. United States are doing much better. South Korea is doing much better. China is doing much better. And we have that kind of paradox. So that's why we have Pillar 3. And Pillar 3 is the main aim to transform research findings into globally competitive solutions. So any proposals that are targeting Pillar 3, they should have that as the core aim. If you don't have that as a core aim, to transform research findings into globally competitive solutions and advance growth in Europe, your proposal will fail. And is this enough? So we see here 3 core purposes, and we see also the 3 core vertical pillars. No, because in Europe, we have some high research performing countries and some low research performing countries. So high research performing countries are, for example, Germany, France, Spain, Scandinavian countries, UK, that is an associate country, and low research performing countries are Turkey, Malta, Greece, Slovenia, Slovakia, Lithuania, Latvia. Those are considered as low research performing countries. So what we need is we need to have some actions that they will actually reduce that gap. We have organizations based in low research performing countries to learn from high research performing countries organizations and reduce that gap. So that's why we have here the widening actions. Widening actions means because there is a gap, so those countries that are low research performing countries are called widening countries. There is a gap, there is some wide space between the high research performing countries, so we need to reduce that space. So that's why we have widening actions. And Turkey is eligible on that, and we need to reduce that gap. And I know that many organizations based in Turkey are exploiting that successfully. And if not, you should be exploiting it. I saw that some of you also have tried the Hop-on facility, which is part of the widening actions. So that's what we have here. But is this enough for research innovation? No, there is just one more thing that is missing. And what is that? We need to make sure that any research findings, any research processes that we apply is responsible research. They are based on responsible principles. And we need to have actions that will make sure that we have research that is ethical. We need to make sure that our research processes, activities, findings respect gender balance. We need to make sure that our research is as open as possible based on open access. And we need to make sure that our research listens to the citizens, is close to the citizens. So that's why we have that reforming and enhancing the European R&I system, which is making responsible research. Yes? Responsible and respectful research. Respects ethical principles, listens to the citizens, respects gender and open access. So we have specific actions for that. And believe it or not, that's the end of Horizon Europe structure. If you understand that, if you see it from a different perspective, from what is the purpose of each pillar, you know now what is the Horizon Europe structure. And that is essential. I mean, it will give you much better understanding, easier understanding on your actions, where you should focus and what should be the core purpose, depending on which pillar you're targeting in Horizon Europe program. So that's the first thing that I would like to highlight. The second thing is that, of course, Pillar 1, this is the core purpose, but or in Pillar 2, the core purpose is to improve quality of life. So we need to have to create basic research, but we will use some basic research findings in order to have applied research. So there's a process that you will see also that takes place in Horizon Europe. Now, because I see that in our audience, after that introduction, I've seen that there are many organizations from the non-academic sector, like small and medium enterprises, from the industry, end users, associations of citizens, associations of other organizations. I've seen also some policy advisors or policy makers. So what I would like to highlight is that Horizon Europe is not only for the academic sector, it is for the non-academic also. And even in all the pillars, we have participants from the non-academic sector. So in Marie Curie, you can, in Pillar 1, there are in Marie Curie actions, you can act as hosts from the academic sector for researchers. So we have different sub-programs, postdoctoral fellowship, doctoral networks, staff exchange, and co-fund activities. All of them encourage the involvement of non-academic sector as part of the consortium, because they would like to welcome also mobilities from the academic sector to the non-academic. We want to have some kind of collaboration. So you can act as hosts or supervisors of researchers in your organization and receive some funding for that in Marie Curie actions. And in some staff exchange, you can also send your staff in research institutions in the academic sector. So Pillar 1 definitely has many funding opportunities for the non-academic sector under the Marie Curie action. This is the Marie Sklodowska-Curie action. Sometimes we call them Marie Curie action. Also, there are some specialized, very expensive equipment that are used for research. The non-academic sector, in many cases, they can use those research infrastructures. So that can be something also attractive if you are part of the non-academic sector in the research infrastructure subprogram. Of course, in Pillar 2, this is where the majority are targeting, you can participate as partners or coordinators. So that's okay, that's great. Most of you, as I've seen from the comments that you shared, and thank you for that, you have been active in Pillar 2, either successfully or unsuccessfully. And hopefully after this training, we will change that. And then we have Pillar 3, where there, of course, you can participate as partners or applicants in the actions of the EIC. EIC is the European Innovation Council, and sometimes we use just the term EIC. And there we have, and I will go through a little bit later, the different actions that we have: Pathfinder, Transition, and EIC Accelerator or Pre-Accelerator. So I will go through that. I will go through a little bit later also the funding opportunities that you have or support schema that you have in the European innovation ecosystem and the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. Also under widening, of course, most of the applications there are for the academic sector, but you can always participate, and you're more than welcome to participate as partners also in some actions under the widening, like Excellence Hubs, which is the collaboration between academic and non-academic sector in order to create solutions in widening countries that can penetrate globally the market and be competitive. And of course, you can participate as partners, the non-academic sector, in respectful and responsible research. So remember, I would like to make a note of that. Horizon Europe is not only for the academic sector. It's actually for the non-academic sector. Many funding opportunities exist on that. So there is no excuse. If you are from the non-academic sector, you need to be active on that. Okay, I've explained the Horizon Europe sub-programs of Pillar 2, which is to improve quality of life in 6 wide areas, and they're called clusters. So I'm not going to go through that. Since we're here, just to say that what is a Joint Research Center? Joint Research Center is are centers that are considered part of the European Commission institutions, the European Union institutions, and they conduct research on behalf of the European Commission for supporting their policy making. So this is what joint research centers are. These are institutions that are funded by the European Commission, operated by the European Commission for having research in order to support policy making for the European Commission. That's just to complete the cycle why we have those. And they can participate. They're more than welcome to participate in Pillar 2 proposals with zero funding, no funding at all, so no euros here, with zero funding. But European Commission welcomes the participation of joint research centers in their joint research centers in Pillar 2 proposals, because then they can contribute with some research that they have conducted and then facilitate some policy making. So that's it. What else makes Horizon Europe attractive, other than it's open for the academic and the non-academic sector, is the funding rate. The funding rate is very attractive. I mean, For pillar 2, any action in pillar 1, let's say pillar 1 first, there is 100% funding, apart from Marie Curie co-fund, which is 50%. But that's the only European funding program that the funding is 100%. Normally is maximum 80% or so. In many cases is 50%. But Horizon Europe, with a lot of lobbying from the academic and from the non-academic sector, they managed to have an exception. It's the only European funding program that the funding rate is 100% in most of the actions. Not in all, but in most. So even in pillar 2, we have 100% funding rate for all the organizations, even for the for-profit ones. If, as you will see later, if the action is innovation, what is innovation action, that the focus is more innovation rather than on research. For the for-profit organizations, then the funding rate is 70%, which is quite high still. But there are actions even for the for-profit organizations like research, innovation, and coordination support actions that the funding rate is also 100% for those. For the academic sector or for the non-profit organization, the 100% funding is for everyone, for those. In pillar 3, there are some actions that we have 100% funding rate, like the SA Pathfinder and transition goals. Most all the others are around 70%. And we have some that there is no funding, but there are some pricing and coaching support, like the EIT, European Institute of Innovation and Technology, where there is no fund per se, but there are some prizes that you get and some coaching support. In widening actions, it's 100% the funding rate, except you are in a clinic program, which is 50%. And in respect to the responsible research, the funding rate is 100%. So it's actually very attractive. In addition, European Commission introduces the lump sum more and more. There are discussions, voices that they say that the majority of the funding is going to be under lump sum. What does that mean? Lump sum means that it's a Latin word, which is you get a fixed amount that you need to specify how much that fixed amount should be in detail during the proposal preparation phase. And as soon as your proposal is approved, then you don't have to worry, because your budget is approved also, then you don't have to worry about your financial reports and financial audits. You receive an advance payment of 40%, then at the end of each project review period, 1.5 years, you receive in installations the remaining funding amount as soon as you complete your work. So you complete your work, you're receiving the remaining of the payment. Did it cost you more? Did it cost you less? European Commission doesn't care. As long as that was a lump sum project and you provide at the proposal phase in detail the budget distribution, then as soon as the proposal is approved and you start the project, you start working on your project, you focus on the technical implementation. If there is any overspending or underspending, European Commission doesn't care. You don't have to care also. So that starts being more and more attractive. Why? Because there is a less bureaucratic procedure from the European Commission also, because they don't have to run financial audits, only to check the technical review of the project. Okay, now let me see. Are there any questions? I see. Okay, we have one question. Managed to have that from Babak. How can we distinguish that a certain call is about any pillar topic? Is there any standard sign or detail? Yes, there is, and thank you, Dr. Babak, for asking that. Indeed, depending on the code of the call. So let me show you what I mean. So you will, where can you find, we'll see that later, but I would like now to clarify that because that was a nice question. Where can you find the funding opportunities for Horizon Europe? There is a portal. It is called EU Funding and Tenders Portal. So you go there, find calls for proposals, and you see here, let me see the submission status. I would like only the closed ones, and then also let me do some all filters. You see here that we have the pillars. This is the first pillar. This is the second pillar. This is the third pillar. And this is the horizontal pillar. You see, so first of all, in the funding and responsibility, I would like the forthcoming and open ones. I would like, first of all, the direct calls, the ones that are issued directly from the European Commission. That's one thing. And the other thing is, okay, I would like to go with the health ones. Yes, because that's pillar. So you will have all the health ones that are currently open, so you know that these are under pillar 2, cluster 1. Or if you check, okay, I know that there are some initial interest in space. I would like those here, so you will see that we have those, only those that are under pillar 2, cluster 4. And also, for example, let's say food and bioeconomy, I would like those. So here you will see also in the code. So I will take that out and I will go to Marie Curie here. And you will see here that there is a code, normally MSCA, Marie Sklodowska-Curie actions. So you will see here which ones are open. And then after the year, you will see also the type of the sub-program here. Co-fund, doctoral networks, citizens night, staff exchange. So there is a code always. You can become familiar. We're not going to explain the code, but you will see that depending on where you are, each call has its own topic ID that you can understand. Also from the call topic ID, the pillar that it is. So that's another tip for you. Another question from regarding lump sum. Supposed to make transfer between budget categories and lump sum budget. For example, can budget allocated for human resource public employees who cannot be paid regularly be transferred to travel or other categories? Yes, you can. You can do whatever you wish with that. No worries. Actually, you can do that also in not only lump sum, also when you need to report. You need to create a financial report. But in the case that you need to create a financial report, you need to get an approval first from the project officer. But in a lump sum, you can do that. And you are free to play around with the cost categories without informing the participants. And I see also that Erin Gunn is going to answer this question, which is okay. Let's see if there are any other further questions. Okay, this is the chart for networking. This is something that I think there are people from TÜBİTAK or from the support office could do that. What is the minimum country partners for these pillars? How many partners we need from how many countries? The minimum is 3 different partners from 3 different countries, including an associate country. Associate country is the country like Turkey that participates in the Horizon Europe fully. Although it's not a member of the European Union. So minimum, unless there are some exceptions, all these are described in the in the cold topic description. So I open now that and I'm showing to you. So if you check the eligibility publishers announcement, so general, all these are mentioned here in the eligibility conditions for that. So you see the information in the Horizon Europe information guide. As a general rule, if there is nothing else mentioned here, as a general rule, you need 3 different organizations from 3 different countries, including a social country in Europe. Okay. There's another question from Emir Bas. We now want to establish a startup that will need to have a food science education at this stage. Okay. It depends on the program that you're going to target. Emir Bas, I don't know what is the program that you are going to have in Horizon Europe. If it is a pre-accelerator, it's always nice to have the expertise that you need, and a food scientist education at that stage might sound something that is not necessary. There was more voted for first-time applicants such as with high chance of acceptance rates. Okay, yes, widening action is something I think quite attractive for organizations based in Turkey. Why? Because there are many funding opportunities specifically for organizations in widening countries like Turkey, Slovenia, Slovakia, Greece, Cyprus, Malta, Lithuania, Latvia. So there are many, and I think if you're going to start as a coordinator, if you're from a research institution, widening action could be a nice starting point. If you are from the non-academic sector, maybe, or even from the academic sector, you can always start as a partner in any other European funding program, so to contribute instead of initiate a proposal. Yes, if the project is completed and you haven't spent all your funding, then you need to return to the European Commission. Yes. So any remaining budget, you need to make sure that is spent for the project activities. If it is not, if you don't have the time to spend for the project activities, try to get an extension. If you don't get because any budget that you haven't spent will have to be returned to the European Commission. So I hope I answered all the questions that are there. If I missed something, please let me know. Okay, let's proceed now. And something that is very important. So please, maybe we can finish the first module, and if you have any questions that are not related to the slides, but are general questions that you have, maybe you can wait until the end of the module for answering them. Now, in the same manner that we have a life cycle of humans, we have a life cycle of a research and innovation solution, an R&I solution. As we have, I mean, sometimes because we create something from basic research, then we improve it from applied research, then we validate it and demonstrate it through innovation activities, then we penetrate the market, and maybe sometime it retires from the market because it's not competitive anymore. So that's also a very good metaphor with the life, the human's life. And let me explain that, because if you understand the life cycle of a research innovation solution, you will understand many different things. Your journey in Horizon Europe will be much easier. So in Horizon Europe projects, but in any research innovation life cycle, we have 9 stages. We have 9 different tier levels, which specify how mature your solution is. So if when you have a TRL that when you prove something on paper, your theory, your crazy idea, you prove it on paper, in theory, then you have reached TRL1. When you prove not only that the crazy idea can work, but also what should be the technology needed on paper when you describe it for that crazy idea to work, then you have reached TRL2. And this is exactly what Albert Einstein did as an example, just to simplify a little bit the process. When he came with the crazy idea to create sunlight to create electricity from sunlight, and he proved that on paper with some mathematical models, he had reached the TRL1, and when he proved also the technology behind that, he reached TRL2. Now, when you conduct and you have the first experiments in the lab successfully implemented, you need to do some more experiments in the lab, but you have the first experiments, the first measurement, the first tests successfully conducted, and you have some positive findings, then you have reached TRL3. When you are done with all your experiments and all the measurements in the lab, in the simulated environment, no more measurements in the lab, in the simulated environment, you have reached TRL4. And this is what Bell Laboratories did they took that knowledge, they conducted the first experiments in the lab, they're done, and they managed to create a prototype that could convert sunlight into electricity up to 5%. Even if it was that low, it was a big success for that age. Now, when you go outside the lab, you go to the intended environment that the solution is supposed to be used, then and you test your solution with a minimum number of end users, a handful. End user is someone that is using your solution as input, is considered end user. Is it a human? Is it an algorithm? Is it a machine? End user is someone that is using your solution as input. Then and you test it with a handful of end users, a limited number of end users, and you receive the first positive feedback, then you have reached TRL5. And when you now increase the number of end users, you go one step further and you have now a bigger number, a much larger number of end users testing your solution and giving you feedback, then you have reached TRL6. And when you are done with the testing, now you have demonstrated all the solutions with anyone that's supposed to test your solution. No more testing anymore. You know now what has to be improved, but no more testing anymore with end users. You have reached TRL7. And now when you take that final feedback from the final test and you complete the solution, your solution is ready now to penetrate the market. It hasn't penetrated the market yet, but it is ready to penetrate the market. You have reached TRL8. And when you penetrate the market, then you are reaching TRL9. Yes. And this is what we have here, where we have ETH. They actually created, with all this process, they used the knowledge that has been created in the past. They created a flexible solar panel that can convert sunlight into electricity up to 20%. And now they have, with that spin-off company, they penetrated successfully the market. They reached TRL9. And that's the full life cycle of any solution. Why this is important? Why this is important? First of all, when let me see, in Horizon Europe, in any European funding program, we expect to have, as a rule of thumb, a 2 TRLs increase, which means that if your starting point, if you have proved in theory that your crazy idea can work already at the beginning of the project, before the project starts, during the proposal stage, you have proved that in theory that your project can work, then by the end of the project, you need to have completed the first experiments in the lab successfully. If at the beginning of the project, while you're writing the proposal, You have proved on paper also that the technology for that crazy idea to work is described and is proved in theory that it can work. Then by the end of the project, you need to be done with all the experiments in the lab, all the simulations in the simulated environment, all the measurements that you need. Then you need to be done with all your activities in the simulated environment in the lab. If your starting point is that you have already conducted the first experiments in the lab successfully, then by the end of the project, you need to make sure that you have already started testing your solution with end users. And if the starting point now when you write the proposal is that you have completed all the testing in the lab, then by the end of, which is TRL4, then by the end of the project, you need to have already demonstrated your solution with a big number of end users. You will still continue, you need to continue demonstrating and testing it, but you need to have a big number of end users now tested already by the end of the project, your solution. And if at the beginning of the project, when you write the proposal, you have already tested the solution even with a minimum number of end users, handful number of end users, by the end of the project, more or less, you need to be done with the final testing. No more testing. Done with the testing. There are some things that have to be done, but you took that feedback from the end users. No more testing from their side. When at the beginning of the project you have already demonstrated your solution with a big number of end users, TRL6, then by the end of the project you need to have a complete solution ready to penetrate the market. And when you are done with all the testing, and that's at the beginning of the project, then definitely at the end of the project you need to penetrate. You need to have already commercialized your solution, penetrating global markets. And that's an excellent thing. Why? Because it's very important in any Horizon Europe project to know what is the starting point and the end point of your project, where you start and where you stop. Yes or no? Yes. So that's why it's extremely important. So that's one reason that you need to know what is the starting point and the end point. The second reason is that if your starting point is TRL, whatever it is, let's say TRL3, you need to tell me at the proposal how you reach TRL3. Yes or no? Yes. You need to tell me what kind of actions you will do in order to reach TRL5 by the end of the project, end of project. And you need to do that during your methodology, during your work package structure. And you need to tell me in the proposal also, what will be your follow-up actions after the end of the project in order to reach TRL9. You follow that? Because that's extremely important. All right, so that is successful proposals, and I would like your attention on that. Successful proposals in Horizon Europe, they describe very well what is the starting point of their project. They describe very well how they will increase by 2 TRLs the current solution that they have, and what will be the follow-up actions after the end of the project for reaching TRL9. Now, the higher you are, the higher is your TRL at the end of your project, the more detailed you need to be on your strategy on how you're going to reach TRL9. So if at the end of the project your TRL is 6, 7, then you need to be quite detailed on what will be your actions for reaching TRL9. If at the end of the project your TRL is TRL4, then or even TRL5, you don't need to be that much detailed. You just give a paragraph, what will be your follow-up actions for increasing the TRL maturity and for showing to the evaluators that you have already an idea to even after the end of the project, with some follow-up actions to increase the TRL and in the long term to penetrate the markets. But just a paragraph on that will be more than enough. And that's extremely important because many proposals miss that kind of explanation. So you, that you are attending this training now, you should know that. You should know that you need to describe how you reach the starting TRL, how you will reach the end TRL, and how you will reach TRL 9 by the end of the project. If you understand that, you are in the top 5 of applicants in Horizon Europe. This is what the top 5 applicants in Horizon Europe do, and they do it very well. All right. Now, that make sure that you understand that. If you have any questions, please make sure that you raise them. We have TRLs now only in projects that we're going to develop solutions that are technological solutions. We don't have TRLs in social science and humanities. For example, in a cluster 2 here, culture, creativity, inclusive society, we don't have TRLs because unless we have to develop also a technological solution. In projects that we develop technological solutions, based solutions with some technology, hardware, then we need to have that TRL addressed all the time. For cluster 2, the example, since it deals mainly with social science and humanities, and we are not going to develop, if we're not going to develop a technological-based solution, we don't need to deal with TRLs. So I would like to clarify that. But in the majority of the actions in Horizon Europe, we have different TRLs. And to know the TRLs is also useful to know also which pillar focuses on what TRLs. So for example, pillar 1, which is basic research, they focus on TRL 1 to 3. So obviously, because it's basic research. In pillar 2, we focus between TRL 3 to TRL 7 because it's applied research. In pillar 3, normally we expect to have TRLs yes, from let's say 6 or 5 to 9, normally, yes? And that is the case. The majority of the actions under pillar 3 are dealing with sub-programs between the range of 5 to 9. Yes, okay, depending. However, we have some actions also that are dealing with TRL 1 to 3 or from 3 to 4. And these are the Pathfinder and the Transition Fund. And in some cases, the pre-accelerator that we have. And why we have them, I mean, in Horizon 2020, I saw some of you were active in FP7 and Horizon 2020. In Horizon 2020, we have the famous FET calls, and in FP7, Future Emerging Technologies, which was actually, you were starting from basic research, but the main focus was to, with that basic research, at some years after the end of the project, to create globally competitive solutions that can penetrate the market. So in that case, before Future Emerging Technology were part of Pillar 1, now the European Commission said, okay, we can allow some basic research under Pillar 3, TRL Pathfinder and Transition Fund, as long as the output of that basic research has a lot of market potential. I repeat, we can allow under Pillar 3 some basic research, yes, as long as that basic research has a long-term impact after the end of the project, X years after the end of the project, to have a globally competitive solution that can penetrate in global markets. Yes, that's why we have now also TRL 1 and 3. That's why we have some actions like Pathfinder and Transition Fund. Okay, widening we can have between we can allow basic and applied research, and we don't have TRLs in respectful research because we don't have any research and we don't develop any technological based solution there. Now, I'm not going to go through this. Is I think an excellent slide that I created in order to show you that for all TRLs, even TRL 0, what is TRL 0? TRL 0 is you have a crazy idea. You haven't even started proved that your crazy idea can work on paper. You have a crazy idea. I can, I can create a battery that can last for 10 years. And you have that crazy idea. Yes. There are also actions that you haven't proved yet. There are actions that are supporting you to go through further with that crazy idea. So we have EIT calls here that they give you some support in acceleration. They train you to create your startup, to scale up your startup, and they give you a price of 5,000, 10,000 euros to work on your crazy idea. That's it. But what I would like you to notice is that for every TRL, we have here different some programs and funding opportunities. All these names here are funding opportunities: ESC Pathfinder, Transition Fund, ERC Marie Curie actions, Research Innovation actions, Eurostars, Pre-Accelerate, widening countries, European Partners, Cascade Funding, Kicks Accelerate. All these are different funding opportunities. And what I would like you to keep up here is that for any TRL, we have different funding opportunities. And that's excellent, because now with that slide here, depending on what is the technological maturity of your solution, even for a crazy idea, even for something that is already commercialized, you have different support measures, funding measures under Horizon Europe. All these under Horizon Europe. So Horizon Europe supports funding opportunities of any maturity, any technological maturity. That's why it makes it very attractive. Of course, the funding rate makes it very attractive. There is an advance payment of up to 40%. When you start the project, you receive 40% of the total funding in order to start well your project within 45 to 90 days. This is amazing. It allows you to collaborate also with top research innovation actors in your area. You are going, if you are in a successful project, you collaborate with good top actors in R&I European innovation ecosystem. It gives you the floor to penetrate new markets with partners that are based on those markets, for example. It's not that bureaucratical or not, it's not that administrative. We see that we have also the lump sum payments that reduces the financial reporting and financial auditing. And it's less bureaucratic than national funding programs. And so these are the good things. That's why we have a nice smile there. However, there are some, because it's that attractive, there is a big competition from all over Europe and beyond. And in many cases, it's hard to join a consortium. It's difficult to write a successful proposal, and it's quite complex if you don't follow the things that I discussed here. Based on the TRL, based on the core purpose, you might get lost regarding the different funding opportunities that we have. Okay, there was one question. Yes, you will receive the presentation, of course, and I will comment on that. Where can you locate the new European Banhouse call, the NEB calls in the frame? These are under Pillar 2. So you will have calls under Pillar 2 in NEB, and another way to find the funding opportunities, as we'll explain, is not only online, but through PDF documents. Yeah, so you go here to the main web program, go to the alignment. Let me see, sorry. Yeah, I think the name. Introduction. Here, you see a name. Who asked that? But, Mehmet. So you can get that under the reference documents under 2025 main web program. You will see the new European Bauhaus facility funding opportunities, which is part of Pillar 2. Yes, you see that this is Pillar 2. Here, health, culture, civil, digital, climate, food, and then new European Bauhaus facility mail is considered under Pillar 2. Okay, so many questions. I like that kind of interaction. But we need to proceed. I would like more questions regarding what we discuss. Also, something very important, as I have already described, is that you need to describe how you reach your current TRL, how you will reach the NTRL by the end of the project, how you will reach TRL 9. So this can be called sustainability plan. The higher is your TRL-Y, the more detailed should be your sustainability plan. And after, as soon as you penetrate the market, you need to have a clear business plan, commercialization strategy for selling your solution successfully. So it's another way to see why TRLs are quite important. And I have already started describing, depending on the Horizon Europe, depending on the pillar, we have different actions, type of actions. Under pillar, under European Research Council, which is breakthrough basic research, depending on the experience on the PI, we have different funding opportunities, starting grant if you are an early stage researcher, consolidator grant if you're a little bit more experienced researcher, and advanced grant if you're an advanced researcher, synergy grant if you are collaborating with other top researchers. Proof of concept is when your basic research solution can has a commercial impact, market impact, then you can receive some extra funding after the end of your ERC project for advancing a little bit the technological maturity of your solution. The Marie Curie actions are mainly capacity building actions for researchers. So this is what, capacity building actions for postdoctorals, capacity building actions for PhDs, doctoral networks, capacity building actions at a national level for PhDs and for postdocs, and capacity building actions for researchers and also for staff of the non-academic sector. So this is what Staff Exchange is doing. And research infrastructure is for building and advancing research infrastructure for breakthrough research. Yes, okay, yes, we need either to improve our current research infrastructures or to create new ones. In Pillar 2, we have collaborative actions with main focus on applied research. Now, if we have RIA and innovation actions, if the focus is on research activities like state-of-the-art analysis, lab experiments, lab measurements. These are research activities. The focus is on that, then we call them research innovation actions. If the focus is on innovation activities, which means integrating, validating, testing, then it is, we call them innovation actions. Yeah, actions, we have them. Then for grants here for transforming research outcomes in innovative solutions, if you can have even basic research funded under ESC, as long as that basic research has as a long-term potential to create globally competitive solutions. If you have already developed a research innovation action or a basic research action that has a lot of market potential, you have already been funded, then you can get a transition fund which is to help you to extend further the technological maturity of your solution. If you have a solution that has a great global potential in the markets, then you can receive from the accelerator some funding as well as participation in the equity of your company for penetrating global markets. And as you can have some accelerator support, or you can have some European innovation ecosystem accelerations if you have already some startups that are having a global potential. What in actions, as I said, okay, it's basic and applied research, no research component in respectful research. Here we have just coordination support actions, which are dissemination actions mainly, or actions that are dealing with supporting activities, standardization activities, and etc. So we have already started discussing the main type of actions. For Pillar 2, research innovation focuses on research activities. Innovation activities focuses on innovation activities like testing, integrating, validating, testing. And coordination support activities are activities that they don't have any research component there. Okay. Now, in many calls, the starting TRL and the end TRL is not mentioned. What should be your starting TRL and what should be your end TRL is not mentioned. In some calls it is mentioned, in some others it is not. However, it doesn't matter. Why? Because if your action is a research innovation action, then you know that you're going to play between TRLs 3 and 5. Yes? So you know that. So if it's a research innovation action, you need to know that you need to play around 3 to 5. If it is an innovation action, then you need to know that you're going to play between 6 to 8 or 6 or 5 to 7, something like that. I mean, you know that the TRL range is going to be something like that if it's an innovation action, in contrast to a research innovation action. And that is why you can apply what we discussed regarding TRL, even though it is not mentioned what should be the TRL range in the call topic description, depending on the type of action. So that's why it's important to understand the TRL range for research innovation actions and innovation actions. So here we have, if we just understand a little bit the different actions for low TRLs, we have ERC, Marie Curie, postdoctoral fellowships, Pathfinder. For TRL ranges between 3 to 5, we have research innovation, and even the proof of concept can be here of ERC. For higher TRLs, we have innovation actions and the accelerator for example here, on that, just to get an idea of what can be funded, what kind of actions are funded based on their TRLs. Okay, and there is a question here from Eke Engineering. Yeah. Allowing the TRL, don't you mention regarding not manage the procedure for European Union fund. When I want to provide support to companies, academic organizations, how can I reach them? Or how is the guarantee that the solution can be provided ensured? I think this is an action related to your profession and not a question related to Horizon Europe. If you wish, we can discuss that outside this training, Eke. Okay, now another thing that if you're going to really explode the quality of your proposal and really impress the evaluators, apart from the TRLs, so what is the starting TRL, what is the end TRL, how you prove your starting TRL, what will be your follow-up actions after the TRL, if you want to go one step further and really impress the evaluators, you can introduce also societal readiness levels. What are societal readiness levels? How ready is the society to accept your solution? Even if, suppose that you create a medicine, a drug for Alzheimer's disease, yes, and you create it. How will you know that the community will accept that solution? I mean, we had issues also with the vaccine on COVID. There were many individuals that they couldn't accept that solution. Some members of the society, and in some countries the majority of the society, was not ready to accept that vaccine for COVID. So whenever you develop something of that even is going to be beneficial for society, you need to facilitate its societal acceptance. So you need to know, you need to start increasing that societal acceptance also during the project. So we have a very nice, European Commission doesn't use the societal readiness levels yet formally. They use formally and officially the TRL levels, the technological readiness levels, not the societal readiness levels, how ready is the society to accept your solution. However, there are discussions and voices raised that we would like to have also societal readiness levels introduced officially by the European Commission, so maybe they will introduce them in FP10, which is the successor of Horizon Europe, the next European funding program. Now, how we can introduce that in our project, even though it is not mentioned. There is, for example, we had here one project, Robotics for EU, that the main purpose was to develop robotic-based solutions. Yes, okay. So they had their TRLs, they had the starting TRL, they had the end TRL, but they went one step further. They said, okay, this is enough not for us. We need also to make sure that we will continuously increasing the societal acceptance of our solution, of our robotics, because maybe we face by the end of the project a risk that our solutions will not be acceptable by the society. So what they have been conducting a series of consultations with an increasingly larger number of potential user groups. So at the beginning fewer, but then more and more and more. And they were gathering them and asking them specific questions. So like, does the solution solve your problem, your daily life? Can you independent with a robot? Will you accept such a solution, you think, by the society? Do you think that someone having a robot as a personal assistant will be accepted by society? What aspects of the solution, let's say a personal assistant, a robot as a personal assistant, might object the wider societal acceptance? And are we addressing those barriers, those concerns? Are there any unforeseen societal consequences that we might haven't seen? Maybe elderly people feel very attached to a robot. What are the societal implications on that? Do citizen and user groups accept the robot solutions that are presented to them? So during the project and at the end of your project, you can ask those questions. So in any project that you provide something that is going to be used by humans as end users, not when your input is going to be used by machines or by algorithms, by humans. So when you have humans as end users, then I strongly advise you to take that approach here as it is and modify it according to your project and introduce such an approach in your project. Continuously interacting with humans, with citizens, and asking them those questions. So that will skyrocket your proposal. We don't see that very often as evaluators. We love it when we see it. So we see that kind of approach, like these guys that they did here. Okay. Okay. So now, even if, because I see here, even if national funding programs do not accept, we don't have that societal readiness levels, that even though European Commission doesn't have them, there is no harm introducing them. There is no harm bringing citizens closer to your research and to your innovation as long as your solution is intended to be used by humans as end users. So whenever there is a solution that is going to be used by end users, you can always introduce that kind of approach, even when it's not required officially by any funding schema, either European or national one, because I answered the ITAT's question on that. Introduce it. You will impress the evaluators. We like, because why? We would like to make sure that our solution will be widely accepted by society. Not by the end of the project, but maybe some years after the end of the project. But we need to start doing it now, during the project, as these guys did. Okay, so you see now, by discussing different elements, how this can be used to your advantage for impressing the evaluators also. Another thing that is quite important is that you need to understand the difference between bottom-up and top-down calls. What is a top-down and what is a bottom-up call? Bottom-up call is a call that is open to any specific projects with any objectives that they have, any impacts that they could have. Your responsibility when you are applying in a bottom-up call is that you need to say what are those specific objectives that your project will achieve. You need to say what will be the short-term and long-term benefits from your project. You need to find out how you're going to achieve those objectives and those short-term and long-term benefits. So you need to think about everything, but it's more open. On the other hand, a top-down call is a call that has specific expectations from the projects, specific objectives of the winning projects, specific short-term and long-term benefits. Even they give you hints on whom you should collaborate in many cases or how you're going to collaborate. So all these are mainly prescribed by the European Commission, by the funding agency. So, and why we need to know that? Because if you have, and think about it, if you have a great idea and you haven't seen any funding opportunity, where do you go first? To bottom up or to top-down call? If you have a great idea about something, will you go to a bottom up or to a top-down call? Mainly, you will go to a bottom-up call. Because you have a great idea, so you will look for bottom-up calls first. Because your idea is quite open and no one has thought about that, so you need to go to bottom-up call first. But if you have in a top-down call, you go when? You go when you have great expertise and great resources. Why? Because based on your expertise and based on your resources, you will be able to fulfill the expectations that have already been prescribed by the European Commission, by the EC. Because they specify specifically what they want to be achieved. It's not your idea that works. Maybe, okay, you have some thoughts on how to fulfill better their expectations. Well, that's another issue. That's another issue. This is part of your methodology, more or less. But when you have a project idea, you go first to a bottom-up call. And that's very helpful because in Horizon Europe, Pillar 1 is mainly bottom-up calls. So open to any ideas, even the craziest ones, as long as you can prove that we need them. Pillar 3 is bottom-up calls, widening is bottom-up calls, and respectful research is bottom-up calls, mainly, top-down calls, sorry. But Pillar 2 is exclusively top-down calls. the European Commission has sat with some experts and they have decided what kind of health solution they would like to have. What kind of security solutions they would like to have. What kind of ICT they would like to have. What kind of benefits those ICT will bring. So it's a top-down call. Yes. How can I find funding based in these circumstances? Okay. So let's have an idea, proven that I found foundation at the Okay, just for your information, Jenko, there are a lot of countries that are suffering from earthquakes like Turkey, Greece, Italy, Malta, Cyprus, and there are calls, there used to be calls regarding earthquake. I don't know whether there would be any new ones, but if you have such an idea and you would like maybe, and there is not a top-down call, you go to where? You go to a bottom-up call. So depending on the maturity of your solution, so if you have already a prototype, which is, let's say, if it is TRL5 already, then you can go to European Innovation Council actions, bottom-up calls. Yeah, so even if there is not a specific call regarding your project idea, because in top-down call we have specific expectations, you go to bottom-up calls. And depending on the TRL, if the TRL is between 1 and 3, you might explore there. Or here, because TRL is 1 to 9. So depending on the TRL maturity, so you can go to pillar 3. That's why it's very important to know the difference between bottom-up, top-down calls. That's why it's very important to understand also the TRL range per pillar. Or in some cases, you might go also in here in widening, because you're based also in Turkey. That's why it might take some time for you to understand it, but the more you see it, the Horizon Europe structure from the TRL's point of view, the easier it will be to navigate through the funding opportunities. Yes. Otherwise, you might get lost. Okay. So, Eki, I don't understand your question. If that is a question for me, please revise it, because I'm not sure what you need regarding Horizon Europe. Now, how we find the funding opportunities. I have already started showing that from the funding and portal or from the PDF documents. We've seen both of those. I mean, as a reminder, we had here someone ask for the new European Bauhaus facility. So you see here the funding opportunities under pillar 2. Here under Neubau House facility, so you see all those described here, also the calls. Okay, so these are top-down calls, even for the Neubau House. Okay, or looking in the funding opportunities. So I will go back. Looking the funding opportunities here, and then go for calls or proposals directly from the link and play around a little bit with the submission status, play around with the other filters. So you have, if you do that one here, you will receive also many calls on, I'm looking for the neb. Yeah, all the calls under pillar 2. You see, they are yeah, many, 92 different opportunities that are still open, huh? Because many of them are closed, but we're not interested on the closed ones. Now, so we have the two sources. You should be familiar with that. This is how you download them. when you download a call, you will see that first of all, you will see a code. So that means that this is for cluster 1, pillar 2, cluster 1, and then the code of the destination. Okay. What you will see also is that, for example, all these calls here, these are different calls. One call, second call, third call, fourth call. So all these calls here, they are, this group of calls, they have as a core purpose to develop and use new tools and these are solutions for a healthy society. All these have that as a long-term impact, as a core purpose, long-term impact. And that one, and that one, and that one, and that one. So that means that if you want to see what is the long-term impact of any call, you check in which group of destination it belongs to. And we will, you see that the structure is the same for everyone. Also in pillar 2, we have different calls and we have one destination. We have other calls with a different destination here. You see, we have it here. Another cluster 3, we have here calls with another, all these calls have that destination, like long-term purpose. And that's the case for all the different funding opportunities, calls in all the clusters. You see, they follow the same structure, all of them. They follow the same structure. So what you can do is you can download all these work programs. I mean, one way, as I said, is to go to the online version. Another one is to go to the reference documents that we have here and download the PDF version, as I showed. Now, a nice a way is to download all the PDF documents, yeah, all the PDF documents under pillar 2, top down, because you need, based on your expertise, to identify those calls that you can believe you can contribute. Yes or no? Yes. So one way is to go through those, download them, and see what you can, which ones could be, you should be interested. But classes today. So I think I'm doing that iPads, the classes today. So what we can have here, let me see, some of you introduce yourself, yes? So let me see, so let's see here, iPads, which is better. So what you can do is you can go also to ChatGPT, yes, ask anything, or to any AI tool. You can put your profile. I am can you suggest based on the attached web programs in Horizon Europe? Horizon Europe, how, where shall I, where shall I focus and why? And then you try to upload, you download all the work programs. We have them here, or I have them somewhere else. So I think I have them here. Work programs. So you download all of them. Work programs. Yeah. These are Europe. These are So these are all the work programs. All the work programs of Pillar 2. And also know it by heart. And I upload them in ChatGPT. So you can do something like that. You can have your profile. Yes, if solution guarantee. Yes, if business, we have experience looking at can you we are a little bit afraid. We are endorsed by the center. We would like to be part of a commission which is concentrated in data centers. Can you just pay that's what program how you work? Where shall I focus? And why? This is what I ask. So we have added all the work programs of Pillar 2, all of them here. And then, because these are the top-down calls, based on your expertise to see whether you can contribute, we click Enter. And then we will receive a response. Now, that response, is going to be an accurate one or not? Well, it doesn't matter. So we need to check it. It's a good starting point. This is what it matters. So it reads the documents, it checks your profile, and then it come out with some call topics that you should focus on. So you see here, based on the expertise, they suggest what should be your call, that specific call. So the specific call here on data centers, and it says also your likely role. That's one. That's another call. What could be your role? Another one from cluster 3. Okay, that's a topic. That's cascade funding, I guess. Your role on that. Another one on EU missions. On the order of impact. So it tells you which one you should focus most. So at least those two should be the ones. I don't know whether the deadline is still expired. Who to team up. Yes. So, I mean, now on the spot, you need to download as a homework, as I said, all the work programs from, as an exercise. I'm not going to give you them. So you need to download them. Download the work programs you're interested in, download all of them, identify those codes that align with your research by reading it or by using a generative AI tool, your favorite one, if you're using one. If not, try to experiment with anything that you like. Not identify what should be the calls that you should be focusing. I think that's a very nice homework, and I think everyone should do it. That's because in a minute, without even reading anything, AI is very good in processing documents, processed all the calls, and based on the profile that I copy and pasted from one participant, I just copy and pasted, and they suggested a couple of funding opportunities for you. So please try to do that. I think it will be extremely useful. Thank you, Vaitat, on that. So and thank you for allowing me to do that, because that could be something that anyone can do it without any exception. All right, so that's your homework, and we need to have what is still pending. And okay, the truth is that we have been having a training for almost 2 hours. Let's have a break. Because then I will need your mind fresh. I need your mind fresh on how to read the call topic description. So shall we have a break for 10 minutes? I mean, I know that maybe you need a little bit more, but maybe up to 11:50. Is that okay? Shall we have a break on that? Yes. So let's have a break. We have been for 10 minutes. So I give the floor to Betul, Ludoika, Kemal on put a timer of 10 minutes break, if that is okay with you. And we will come back with fresh mind on how to read a top-down call topic description. That's very important. Yes, and I want your mind fresh on that. Okay, so we are back at 11:50, I guess. So I will stop sharing and I will give the floor to the others to put a timer. Please be back at 11:50 in 10 minutes time for discussing how to read a top-down call topic description. Okay, you're welcome. So see you very soon. I hope you had a nice break. It was short. Let me share the screen. So you should be able to go on with something that is, to my view, extremely interesting. Is how to read the top-down call and identify what benefits are expected. Okay, now, first of all, we need to understand what kind of information is contained in the call topic description. We're going to have a look on a top-down call, because this is where intelligence is. In a bottom-up call, because it's quite open, you have an idea, you have the proper TRL, so you go for it. There isn't that much thing that you need to understand, but in a top-down call, you need to know how to read the call topic description and also get some ideas on how you describe your own call topic expectations in a bottom-up call. But top-down is quite challenging, so we would like, first of all, to clarify that, as I said, the destination contains here what should be the long-term impacts of all those calls under its destination. So long-term impacts will mean something like X years after the end of the project. 5 years is a nice period, as you will see also a little bit later. And in a specific call topic, the information that we have is, okay, what is the type of the project? Is it a RIA? Is it an IA? Is it a no research component, which means a coordination support action? How much is the budget for that call? How many projects are expected to get funded? What are the short-term benefits from the project? What are the problems that the winning project should deal with, should address? What are the project objectives? And even hints on the approach. I mean, how you're going to achieve those objectives. All these are mentioned in the call topic description, as we will see. So let's see the first one, the class and destination. So we have here as an example, which one is this? Is the destination under climate. Okay, land, ocean, water for climate action. So yes, this is the text that we read. So there is a lot of text here. We can read it quickly, but I don't want you to pay a lot of time on that. I would like you to pay time on the bullet points, because the bullet points are the ones that are the expected long-term benefits from the winning projects under that destination. And whenever we see a bullet point, always check whether it has one from, whether it has some from the following, whether it has several as a word, or whether it has all. Here in our case, here it says one or more of the following, which means minimum one. Okay, we understand that. Or one or more means minimum one. Okay, but one means one, all means 100%. Yes, some, as a rule of thumb, is less than equal to 50%. And several, as a rule of thumb, means more than 50%. So if we had here, instead of one or more of the following, which means minimum one, if it has the word here, some of the following, then that means that we could go with 2 or 1. Yes? While we have 4 bullet points, so that means that we can go with maximum 2. If it was saying several of the following, then we could have gone several, then we need to have bigger than 50%, which means we need to go with 3 bullet points. If it was saying all, then we could need to go with all 4 bullet points. So whenever you see bullet points, not only for the destination, but in any call topic description text, then you check above the bullet points what it says. And based on that notation here, you have a good, as a rule of thumb, idea how many of those bullet points you need to address. So that's the first tip. Now, in the destination, as I said, another thing is that we have here what should be the benefits from the project within X years after the end of the project. So the benefits that are described, the bullet points that are described in the destination are the benefits that we have to achieve after the end of the project, after the end of the project. And these are the expected impact. So I want you to remember that. If you, for example, if you go to the European Funding and Others portal, if you go to the templates and forms, application forms, and we check the standard application form for research, innovation, and innovation actions, you will see that at the beginning of here, at the beginning of part B, which is the technical description, we have some definitions. Outcomes, impacts. What are impacts? Why the long-term impacts? But what you need to is impacts generally occur sometime after the end of the project. So after the end of the project. So go to the definition after the end of the project. So we need to remember that. Now on and we need to describe in the impact section how we're going to address it. Okay, we have here some expected impacts in here C between a bottom-up and top-down calls. And you will see that in the top-down calls, the minimum expected impacts are in a bottom-up are quite generic. Yes, we need to have those minimum expected impacts sometime after the end of the project. All right, but if you check pillar 2, you realize that in pillar 2, the expected impact is very detailed. We want to increase something specifically. So we need to be able, sustainable high-quality jobs. How many sustainable high-quality jobs we can have? So in pillar 2, which is a top-down call, the expected calls are very specific and measured. Now, we have here, if we check now the specific call topic description, yes, the text, yes, we will see that in the first table, we see, first of all, the budget of the project. It says here that the budget of the funding per project is 6 million euros. Okay. And it shows also the total budget for that call. If the total budget allocated is 18 million, and if 6 million is the funding per project, how many projects more or less are expected to get funded? A small division, 18 divided by 6 gives 3 projects. So it's good to know that, because if we see just one project is going to get funded, that means very competitive. 3, 4, 5 projects are a nice number. They are more attractive calls. Because if just one call, then you need to start working on that very, very early. Another thing that you see here, it says innovation actions. Yes, that specific call. So what does that mean? That means that the TRL, yes, does it mention the TRL here? No. In some other cases, mentioned here, no. Which means that the TRL, since innovation action should be between 5 to 7, Something like that. Even a little bit higher starting point, even a bit higher the end point, it depends on the description. But for the time being, we understand that the starting point is 5, the end point is 7, because it's innovation action, as we discussed already. Which means that we need to show how we reach TRL5 in the proposal. It means that we need to show how we will reach TRL7. And also, we need to show what will be our follow-up actions after the end of the project for increasing to TRL9. Yes. So, and the same applies for all the clusters apart from cluster 2 that we don't have their TRLs because we don't have any solutions. Okay, eligibility conditions, you check the general XP, but as I said, it's 3 minimum countries from 3 minimum organizations from 3 minimum countries in Europe or associate countries as a rule of thumb. You check if there are some specific other conditions. For example, it says here, if you use satellite-based Earth observation, then you need to must make use of Copernicus and Galileo satellite system. Okay, so that is something that you need to take into consideration. So that's the important information, and we get some intelligence out of it. Now, the next thing is that we read the first thing that follows after the box, the table, is the expected outcome. And the expected outcome, first of all, I want you to remember, are the benefits from each of the funding projects expected by the end of the project. If we check the project definition for the outcomes, outcomes here, sorry, I didn't see it. Outcomes is that the expected effects from your project results under a given topic. And it says here, outcomes generally occur during or shortly after the end of the project. Now, it gives you a choice, isn't it? It doesn't it? It gives you a choice. It gives you a choice. You can complete the outcomes either by the end of the project or shortly after the end of the project. But what I said is that you need to complete the outcomes by the end of the project, not shortly after. And why I say that? Because suppose that there are 2 projects under that code, and that code is competitive code. And one project is going to achieve those expected outcomes by the end of the project. The other project is going to achieve those outcomes 6 months, 1 year after the end of the project. Which one of those 2 you think will be more appreciated? The one that will complete the expected outcomes by the end of the project, which is subject to project review also. The reviewers will check whether the project has achieved the expected outcomes, or the other one that will say will achieve them a little bit after the end of the project. Of course, the one that says by the end of the project will have a higher advantage. This is exactly why I want you, although you have that kind of possibility, I would like you to complete the expected outcomes by the end of the project, because I would like you to give an extra advantage with comparison to other proposals. It's a competitive code. All right. So we go back. So that's one thing, by the end of the project. Now, okay, here we see bullet points. So these are the short-term benefits, and I always check what is above those, and I see the word all, which means that we need to address all those expected outcomes, all of them. Okay. If it was saying some, less than 50%, less than equal, if it was say several, more than 50%. A simple rule of thumb, also for any bullet point under expected outcomes. So this is something that we need to show how we're going to address it in our proposal. And as a matter of fact, if we check a little bit the proposal, you will see here that where we're going to describe how we're going to achieve the expected impacts and expected outcomes that we've seen already. This is the call topic, this is the proposal template. So the proposal template, the technical description, consists of 3 parts. Excellence part, yes. Then we have the impact part, and then the implementation part. And then that's it, 45 pages on 45 pages on that. Again, and the implementation. Yes, 45 pages in total. So actually, if we check the impact, we'll see here that under the impact section, under the guidance, this is the guidance that we get, explain how the projects are expected to make a difference in terms of the impact. Yes, so it says here, okay, give me what will be the impact that you're going to have from the destination. And also says, give the outcomes, specifying, give an indication of the outcomes. So in there, we see the impacts and the outcomes. So what does that mean? How you're going to achieve the expected impacts that are in the destination, and how you're going to achieve the expected outcomes that are mentioned in the call topic description, you need to provide that strategy under the impact section, under 2.1. Yes, according to the guidelines also. So this is where you're going to include that by the end of the project, these are the short-term, these are the benefits that we're going to achieve. Expect outcome 1, expect outcome 2, expect outcome 3, and etc. And since it says all, we need to deal with all of the following. Is that clear? If this is not clear, please let me know. Okay. Can we also visit topics within the cluster 2? Sumer, whatever we discuss for this is cluster 6 is applicable also in cluster 2, because also cluster 2 has the same expect outcomes, has bullet points for the scope, bullet points and hints for the approach. So it's exactly the same. There is no difference on that. Number of Mehmet, a number of accelerations always discussing in Horizon Europe, yes. On the other hand, there is a huge investment and attention on the program. What would be your comment on this dilemma? First of all, you need to understand, and everyone needs to understand that writing a proposal that is not accepted for funding, if you follow everything that we discuss here, is a winning process. What does that mean? That means that even if your proposal is not funded, as long as you followed all the traffic lights that we will discuss today, you're going to win. It's an always win. Why? Because first of all, you are collaborating with some other applicants. You are working on a topic that is your interest, as we will see. You're learning more about that topic that you're interested in. So developing a proposal in Horizon Europe motivates you to learn as many things as possible for topics that you're interested in. And in addition, you're collaborating with other top performers in the same area. So you're never going to lose. Of course, I understand that it's frustrating when you spend so much time in developing a proposal and at the very end, it is not funded. But I would like you to see also the positive side effects of it. First of all, it's going to be a learning process. The more you do it, the more familiar you're going to be with that. Secondly, as I said, you're going to have a good group of collaborators that you can use it another time in another funding opportunity, and you're going to learn about a topic that you're interested in with contributions from other partners. And last but not least, the knowledge that you created for the for the Horizon Europe funding program, it can be used for other funding opportunities. Maybe it can be used for a national funding program. Maybe it can be used for another European funding program, let's say environment or PRIMA, which deals with research in areas like energy and environment and agriculture, with collaboration with other Mediterranean countries. So writing a call in specific in Horizon Europe, even if it fails, you are going to learn from that, you're going to extend your network, and you might be even able to use that kind of knowledge in other funding opportunities. So if you have that kind of mentality, you're never going to lose. You're always winning. So I hope I answered that question to you also. Okay, that's what I said is in the previous one, if it says 1, that means that you need to address only one of the bullet points. If it says all, then you need to address 100% of the bullet points. If it says some, less or equal to 50% of the bullet points, if it says several, more than 50% of the bullet points. Okay, since you're dealing with border security, Ayşegül, you need to deal with cluster 3, yes, which deals with security. And also cluster 4, because it might be AI and big data also involved there. Okay, I think I answered all the questions on that. Okay, now, next in the call topic description, if we continue, if we see any call, because there was also someone talking about culture of creativity, any call follows the same structure. So if we go to that call, we have the table here in cluster 2, expect outcomes, all of the following, then you have the scope, and then bullet points under the scope, and then some paragraphs under the bullet points, and that's it. Then we have another call topic. So it's exactly the same structure in all the top-down call topics. So under the scope, normally the first paragraphs, they start with a key project challenge. What should be the key project challenge, and what should be the key project purpose should be the next paragraph. So when we have a problem, then we need to have a solution. So normally the scope starts in a narrative format. When there is a paragraph format, starts with the key project challenge, and then continues with the key project purpose, as it is here. And if we continue reading it, in some cases we will see also in that case here, we will see some hints on the approach, some hints on the consortium synthesis, what type of organization should be on board. Normally we see that at the end of the scope, but sometimes we might see it also as we see it here after the key project purpose. Okay. These are important because we need to know what should be the key project challenge, what should be the key project purpose, and also we need to take into consideration the advice that we get on the approach and on the consortium synthesis. But what is extremely important also is the bullet points, because those bullet points are the key project objectives of your project. You cannot have any other objective. Your project objectives should be those that they are already mentioned in the scope in a bullet format. So the winning projects in a top-down call, they need to have those specific objectives, at least those specific objectives, as a part of their project objectives. And then the next thing that follows is normally at the end of the call topic description, we have hints on the approach. That's what you need to be familiar with. The same applies here. We're looking here on that call. I don't know, this is on cluster 2. So we have expect outcomes. So we need to address all of them. First of all, we see that 3 to 4 million should be the funding. So that means around 4 projects are expected to get funded under this call, 3 to 4 projects under this call. We need to address all those benefits by the end of the project. Then we check the scope. Normally the first paragraph starts with the problem, and if you read it, you will see that yes, that's a problematic situation, and then that's the core purpose of the project. Here it shows also some policy frameworks that you need to take into consideration in your approach, hints in your approach as we discussed, and here we have as a bullet points the project objectives. So we need to address all of them. And in some cases, as it is here, some hints on our approach or on our consortium. So it says here, we need to collaborate with Zamonet projects. So you need to have that in your Zamonet project dealing with diplomacy in Ukraine are encouraged. So take that as a hint. so also some further hints on the approach. You see here we have you need to build on existing knowledge and networks, notably the ones funded by the European Union, which means that this is this what type of action is this one? I didn't see it. This is a research innovation action. So your starting point is going to be between TRL3, more or less, something like that. So TRL3 is going to be your starting point. So you need to show, you need to use, as it says here, other projects that have created already some existing knowledge as a starting point of your own project. So you need to identify which ones those should be. And it says here also some tips on that. All right, so we pay attention on all the text that is described as hints on the approach. So we read all the text and we make sure that we take advantage of all of it. Now, some things regarding the impact, clarifying key concepts in Horizon Europe. Here we would like to, this is the Nixon and Kellogg logic model. It has nothing to do with Horizon Europe, but it uses concepts that are used in Horizon Europe. So we have inputs is person effort, activities, work packages and tasks. Outputs are our results and coded and deliverables. Outcomes are the benefits from our results and from our outputs. So as it says here, we need to have them during or after project activities. As I said, we select during. So these are the benefits during the project activities, and impact, it means the long-term benefits from our results, and that is something, the long-term benefits. And as I say here, I suggest something like 5 years. Why is that? Because anyone that receives funding from Horizon Europe should sign a contract with the European Commission. And that is called the grant agreement. Article 26 of grant agreement shows here that any proposal that is funded under Horizon Europe, they need to, they are subject to an impact audit, impact evaluation, up to X years after the final payment, which is normally 5 years. If it's a small project, up to 60,000 euros, it's 3 years. But most of the Horizon Europe projects, they have a funding more than 60,000 euros, so that's why it's 5 years. So since you are already subject to an impact evaluation 5 years after the end of the project, why don't you have as a long-term timeline for your impact, what you can achieve within 5 years and what you can achieve beyond 5 years, just to have that as a time scale, because this is something that is already implied from the Article 26. So that's one thing that I would like to clarify. The other one, there's a question from Khan. If the course specifically mentions that by conclusion we expect to reach TRL 405, I'm guessing it also means that our start TRL could be T based on your input that we could aim to reach a TRL 4 by the end. Yes, that could be the case, but if there is a choice to end your TRL by 4 or 5, my advice is to go with a higher one, 5. Why? Because European Commission likes to have at the end of the project the maximum TRL that they can get. Because that means you have less effort after the end of the project to reach TRL 9. Because the higher is the TRL at the end of the project, the quicker will be the route to reach TRL 9, because that's the ultimate aim of Horizon Europe. So if you have the choice to what will be the NTRL, so if the NTRL is 5, my advice is to try and show that your starting TRL point is TRL 3, 2 TRLs lower as a tip. So I hope I answered that question to you. So, okay. Excellent. Now, we need to also clarify the difference between dissemination and communication. First of all, dissemination is promotion and raising awareness about. Communication is also promotion and raising awareness about. What changes is the object. In dissemination, we need to promote and raising awareness about the project results. In communication, we need to raise awareness about project public info, project expectation, project achievements, project activities. So dissemination and exploitation, we see them together. Why? Because we need to promote and raising awareness about the project results in order to facilitate their use, their exploitation. So that's why we see as a couple dissemination and exploitation. And what is our, whenever you see strategy, plan, that means a table, or how we're going to promote and raising awareness about the project info, how we're going to promote and raising awareness about the project results in order to facilitate their exploitation. So this is something that clarifies the myth between dissemination and exploitation. You can also check that project website here, that it explains what I just gave, and it gives you also some further tips on how to deal successfully with dissemination and exploitation, what kind of sources exist. I think it's extremely useful also for some further Marie Curie, some programs, what type of actions you can follow, and etc. Yeah, so I think that's an interesting side for dissemination exploitation, further to what we discussed here. As long as you remember, you see here sharing results, so that's the thing here. Exploitation is using the results. Dissemination is sharing the research results with people who can best make use out of it. So this is what we discussed. And then you see the communication is a complementarity role, making your project activities and results visible. Exactly what we discussed at the very beginning. You see that also officially from the European Commission website. So remember that. I kept on saying that for the last 15 years, and eventually we see what I kept on saying for the last 15 years, we see it now, because that's a new website, formally published by the European Commission based on what I was saying. Because otherwise we're hearing a lot of different views on what is dissemination and what is communication. So let's go back. So that's useful. Also the EU EC project website. And I would like to finish, I think that's the last for before our quiz. I would like to finish and have a, most likely we will see. I would like to finish with the budgeting of that first module. And we have some rules in order not to get lost, because many applicants are getting lost on the budget, how much budget we should allocate to partners, how much budget we should allocate per work package. So I would like you to follow two rules, two simple rules. The 70-30 rule and the 80-20 rule. And let me explain those. So the 70-30 rule means that if, let me get my pen, if it is a research innovation action, yes, 70% will go to the research activities, and 30% of the funding will go to innovation activities, all of the budget. Yes. On the other hand, if it is innovation activity, and then action, then 30% will go of the budget will go to the research activities, and 70% of the budget will go to innovation activities. And if you see here, there is one small difference. I say here funding, and here I say budget. Why? Because, can you tell me why? Because in research innovation actions, the budget is equal to the funding. Because 100% funding is 100% budget. In innovation actions, on the other hand, it's not the budget is bigger than the funding. Why is that? Because we have also participants that are participating with 70% funding, which means that they give some money for participating from their own pocket also. So the budget will be higher from the funding. So in that case, that's why I say here 30% of the budget and 70% of the budget. I could have said here 70% of the budget and 30% of the budget because budget and funding is the same. Yes? Just for you to put a bracket. So that's a very nice rule, the 70-30 rule. Depending on whether it is an year or year, we give more budget and to the activities that are that the action is focusing on. That's the first rule. The second one is the 80-20 rule. And what is the 80-20 rule? The 80-20 rule is that I would like 80% of the budget to go to the research and innovation activities, to the implementation activities, and 20% to go to horizontal activities, as I keep on saying, which is coordination activities and dissemination, exploitation, communication activities. So something like 6%, and I will say maximum 6% of the 20% should go to coordination activities, and 14% should go to dissemination, exploitation, communication activities. And the rest could go to 80%, could go to the research, innovation activities. So this is where we're going to apply the 70-30 rule. 70-30 rule of the 80%, depending on whether it is a RIA or EA action. And that is extremely helpful because, okay, we have here a different, this is 4 years project, whatever it is, and we have here different phases. We have 6% for project management, 14% for dissemination exploitation, and then normally it depends on whether it's a RIA or EA, but 5 to 10% can be for lab and field research, 20-25 for design, 35 to 40 for development, and 10 to 15 for pilot validation. Now, this is more or less a RIA action. If we had an EA action, then we might have more budget on pilot and validation, so more than 10 to 15 percent probably we could have under pilot and validation if it was an EA action. As a rule of thumb, that's extremely important, and there is an example also how we can apply that in a project. This is by looking at the work package structure. Do you think that this is a RIA project or an EA project? Where do you see more work packages related to EA or to innovation actions, or more work packages related to research actions? Yes? Okay, we don't have the chat here because it's a webinar, so you cannot answer me. But if you check, you see a lot of pilot, you see, pilot. We have deployment. So these are activities, integration, interoperability, optimization. So these are mainly activities that we see. Most of the activities are innovation activities. So we guess that this is innovation action, just by looking at the work package titles. So what does that mean? Since it's innovation action, then 70% will go to innovation activities, and just 30% will go to research activities. So what are innovation activities? Innovation activities are work package 3, work package 5, work package 6, work package 7. So these are innovation. And which are research activities? Work package 4, work package 1, work package most likely 2, 4. So these are research activities. So we have 20% will go to work package 8 and 9, project management and examination. 6% will go to project management, work package 9, and 14% will go to work package 8, which is examination, exploitation, communication, and the rest will be distributed to all the work packages. That's an excellent rule. If you have that in your mind, your brain will be much clearer. No more heavy discussions on how much should go to where. Okay, before we go on our slides, funding programs again. Okay, I think that's a question from Betul to TÜBİTAK. So how can you register to be informed about funding programs? Okay. Also, the IC goal that should be answered by Eren Khan. Thank you on that. Presented. So, okay, the question from on there. How about for pillar 2? If you are making for social change in terms of budget allocation percentages, it's exactly the same thing. If it is a research innovation or innovation actions, even if it is social change, it depends on, normally in social change, I don't know, but the majority should be research innovation actions, but I cannot guarantee on that. If it is a real action in social change, you follow the 70-30 rule. If it's innovation action in social change, let's say in cluster 2, again, you follow the 70-30 rule. Okay. Excellent. So now what I suggest, I think next is our quiz. So just wake up and then we can have our break. Or we go on. We will see. So let's see we'll go a little bit. We'll see what time we'll finish. So I would like to ask, is it Betul or Toiku that will change the screen and put the Slido so we can have people answering? So I will stop sharing. So can someone?
Sharing the screen now. People are joining. You can join through the QR code.
Yes, please do show. Participate in the quiz. It's a self-assessment. Also, as I said, it's part of identifying the 3 top winners, and they can have a one-on-one session with me to discuss their challenges, their issues in Horizon Europe. So I guess, Diego, you're still trying to share your screen, correct?
I shared the screen. People are joining now.
Because I cannot see it. Me, personally. I cannot see the screen. Why is that?
There should be a new tab at the
No, I cannot see it. I cannot see what Badul sent me. strange. Ah, yes, you can see it now. Thank you. Thank you, Bedul. It works. Okay, good. Okay, how many? We have already 108 participants out of 109. Okay, so I guess people are answering. So can we see the first question? And so Khan doesn't seem to be able to see the link. So I think you need to play around with the tabs in the top left corner. Khan, I had the same issue. So can we see the questions? Can you see the first question? Very good.
Can you please repeat what you said, Iko?
Can we see the first question that they should answer? Because
First question, sure.
thank you. What is the main purpose of Horizon Europe? So please answer that one. We discussed that. Yay. Almost everyone answered that question. Just for your information, the quicker you answer the question, the higher you are in the ranking list. Just for your information. Okay, we still haven't finished Sumer, just for your information. We still have 2 more modules to do, because I see your comment here. This is just one thing. So can we see the answer? Can we go on and see who answered correctly? I'm very pleased to see that almost all of you had the correct answer. It's not actually to support national research programs. It is supplemented but doesn't support them. Okay, good. So let's see our ranking list. Who's doing well? So yes, it depends on how quick you respond. So we have in the leaderboard the first 5: Emre, Elif, Sumer, Ella, and Fatma. Okay, please proceed to the next question. Rodrigo. Which area range typically targeted by research innovation actions? We discussed that extensively. Okay. Still people. Okay. I think as soon as we reach 120 or a little bit more, should be okay. There are people that are still answering it. Very good. Okay, let's see the correct answer. And okay, TRIA is 3 to 5. TRL 1 to 3, we don't have a, we need in research innovation actions, we need to have a starting point that is already some experiments in the lab or in simulated environment. Okay, so it's 3 to 5, the TRL range. All right. So let's see who is still on our ranking list. Emre, Hussein, and Fatih, and Duygu, and Mustafa. Excellent. Let's go to the next one. What is the funding rate for for-profit organizations in innovation actions? We'll discuss that. Thank you, Nze, for answering that through the Q&A and not through the, probably you don't have access to the slide, I guess. Let's wait a little bit more until we reach 120, at least, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see the correct answer and who answered correctly that. It's 70%. It's not 100, it's for the for-profit organizations. If for the non-for-profit organizations, which means that universities, sometimes research institutions, the funding rate is 100%. But for-profit organizations, as the question was, the funding rate in innovation actions is 70%. Okay, let's see who did that well. Emre still on the first position. Well done. Fatih, Hussein, Recep, Duygu. Okay, that's great. Let's continue with the next question. Which of the following is a top-down call characteristic? Remember, we just play here. It's not something that you will be penalized if you answer wrong, but it's also for self-assessing why you answered that question and reflecting on the answer. Is a top-down call characteristic. EC is the European Commission, the one that drives the funding opportunities. A little bit more until we reach 120 at least. We are 3. Wait a little bit more, Luigu. Just in case. Thank you. Za. Thank you. One more. Thank you. So let's see the correct answer. Yes, it's impact-driven and prescriptive by the European Commission. Yes. Open and proposal-driven is a bottom-up call. And bottom-up ideas only, bottom-up call. Always open deadlines, that can be in a bottom-up call also. We might have continuously open deadlines like we used to have in ESC Accelerator. So for impact-driven and prescriptive by the European Commission, top-down call characteristics. Perfect. Let's see now. I'm very pleased the majority had that correct. Fatih now is first, Emre second, Recep, I think it's a new entry, Duygu and Hussein. Excellent. I think we have one more, the last one for this module, and then we will probably continue. Thank you, Raza, for letting me know. What is the 70-30 rule? Budgeting for a research innovation action. Okay, Duygu, I think that's okay. So I'm very pleased to see that still the large majority had the correct answer. So it's 70% to research, 30% to innovation. If it was an innovation action, we would have 70% innovation and 30% to research. So the 21% that got that was applicable only for the innovation action. Good, so let's see now the ranking list. Emre, now first, Recep, Mehmet, Fatih, and Umer. Okay, interesting. I think Mehmet is a new entry, if I'm not mistaken. Very good. So that's for now. No, we don't need that, Duygu. We stop here. That's for the other one. Thank you. So that was interesting. As I said, it's a self a reflection. So let's now proceed and share the screen, because we have, I think, let's proceed until 1 o'clock for our break. I will go on. So I hope that you can see my screen. Yes. Okay. See people nodding. So what we did is we completed a very big step. And that step is step 1. Yes, where we discussed the essentials regarding Horizon Europe. We've seen how to find funding opportunities. We've seen how to read the call topic. We've seen what is a top-down call, how to use that to our advantage, the difference between dissemination, exploitation, where we discuss expected outcomes in the proposal, where we discuss this project objective. So we've seen a lot of essential elements. And believe me, if you have all those clarified, then you are in the top 20%. By the end of the training, when we do the other steps, hopefully we will be in the top 10%. But let's see now, that's essential what we have achieved so far. Now, what I would like is, I would like to proceed for a few minutes until we have our break for step 2, the full proposal development cycle. And we will use the iCreates formula as I use. It's an acronym that gives you the names of the different stages that we have to go in order to develop a proposal. And I would like you to see that full proposal development cycle as a series of traffic lights. First of all, when the traffic light is red, we stop. Yes? When the traffic light is green, then we walk or drive. When the traffic light is yellow, we proceed, but we need to be careful. Caution, because we might have an accident. But definitely when it's red, we stop. When it's green, we walk or drive. And that is important to know what are the green traffic lights and what are the red traffic lights in each one of those stages. Because in order to go from I to C, we need to have a green traffic light. From C to R, green traffic light. From R to E, green traffic light. From E to A green traffic light. From A to T, a green traffic light. From T to E, a green traffic light, and so on, so on. So it's important to understand at this stage, what is the green traffic light that we need? First of all, that's one thing that I want you to have in mind. The second one is that this is a virtuous circle. What does that mean? That means that the more you do it, the more comfortable you get with it. So maybe when you develop your first proposal in Horizon Europe, it's going to be a proposal that is not successful one. So what I want you to reflect. Remember that you need to reflect in order to lead mastery along with focus. So reflect, okay, what did I do wrong? Did I pass all the traffic lights with green while I was developing that proposal? What could I improve in order to make sure that some of those traffic lights are definitely green and not yellow? And by reflecting and doing that in the next proposal development that you're going to do, you will realize that you will have better and clearer green traffic lights. So that's a practice that will take, especially if you're not an experienced one, to make sure that you have the traffic lights that you wish, that we need. And these are the green ones. Now, we will start with the first one, and that's I, and everything starts with a great idea. Yes, you need to have an idea for a bottom-up goal, but you need to have also an idea how to fulfill the expectations of a top-down goal, because these are prescribed. So in a bottom-up goal, you need to have a great idea. In a top-down goal, you need to have a great idea for fulfilling the expectations of the goal. So in all the cases, you need to have an idea with a different focus. So here, in order to make sure that our idea is great, it needs to support 7 principles. So that's 7 principles are, first of all, that your idea needs to address a key scientific challenge, plus, if desired, an economic or social problem related to the targeted goal. If you can remember, in a bottom-up goal, we don't have an economic or social challenge or a scientific one, but in a top-down goal, the first paragraph under the scope describes a key problem that we need to address. So you have that already. So we need to find a good project that will fulfill the problem that is described in the call topic description. If it is not described, we need to find out what that problem is. Secondly, we need to make sure that our idea is fully aligned with our mission and vision. So yes, maybe we have a great idea how to solve that scientific problem or social problem that is described, if it is described in the call topic description, but we need to make sure that it's aligned with our mission and vision as researchers, as organizations, as individuals, because mission is our purpose, what we're doing now and why we're doing it, and vision is what we want to achieve in the future. So we need to have crystal clear both those terms for us, what is our mission and what we want to achieve in the future. And we need to make sure that if we participate in that project, and if it is successful, the proposal that we have, then it will address and will support our mission and vision. Why? Because we need to be motivated. If it doesn't support our mission and vision, and we just go for the funding per se, we will not be motivated. We will be discouraged every time that we are receiving a rejected proposal. Why? Because we don't receive funding. So that's too bad. But if you are participating in a proposal, even if it fails, you're learning a lot of things regarding your mission and vision. So that's interesting perspective that you need to have in mind. The third thing is that that idea should be the foundation for creating new knowledge and solutions that have high benefits that are aligned with the call topic description. Also, we need to make sure that that idea is going to create something, knowledge, solution that is new, novel for the research, for the industry, for the society, and always related to the targeted call topic. If it is a top-down call, if it is a bottom-up call, you don't have to worry about that. It should open the floor also for new discoveries by others, by the research community, by the industry, or even by the society in some cases. So new horizons for new discoveries and for new developments. It should be challenging, but feasible to be achieved. Yes, challenge, yes, it's quite cumbersome to be achieved because it's an ambitious project, but it can be done. And last but not least, it can be done better by you and your team. And this is very important because specifically in a top-down call, it's a competitive call. And you need the projects that fulfill better, can prove that they are the best ones, that can achieve the expectations from the call topic, are the ones that will be awarded the funding, the grant. So that's why you need to show that you are the best one to implement that idea, which is the foundation of the call topic, to the evaluators. So this is a checklist. So whenever you're creating an idea, you check the call topic description and you make sure, okay, does it address the key scientific problem of the call topic? Is it aligned with your mission and vision? Will it create knowledge with high impact? Will it be novel for the research? Will it open the floor for new discoveries by third parties that are not necessarily participating in the project? Is it challenging to be implemented, but it can be done? Am I the best one, or am I in a position to create the best consortium in place for achieving the expectations from that call? And all these are questions that you need to ask when you are creating your idea specific to a call. And what you have done, you have, by having that checklist, you have internally validated the idea. You're feeling comfortable that yes, your idea is a great idea. Why? Because it fulfills those 7 checkpoints, according to your view. Yes? But you might be a little bit biased. And what we need is to go to the next step and now start connecting and discussing that idea in order to externally validate the idea that yes, this is an excellent idea as you have it for that specific call, either a bottom-up or a top-down. It's an excellent idea, but not to be said by you because you believe that that's an excellent idea, because according to your views, it fulfills the 7 principles. But connect with others. We will see whom you should connect with. Now, a very common thing that I receive here as an argument is, but if I share my idea, someone else will steal it. Well, first of all, if you believe that someone by sharing the idea will steal your idea and do it, and if they are in a better position to do the idea than you, then let them do it. Because they're in a better position to do it. They have the resource, they have the expertise, they have probably better partners on board. But if you are believing, according to the 7th principle, that you are the most appropriate one for fulfilling that expectation, then you should not be afraid, first of all. Secondly, by sharing the idea, you're not only getting feedback on whether it's a great idea, but maybe you can also open the floor for new opportunities for collaboration with others. So if you're sharing the idea with some other potential partners and you discuss what you should be doing under that call topic, you open the floor for new collaboration. Maybe you establish a consortium together. So sharing the idea, first of all, is excellent for getting feedback. And secondly, is excellent for extending your network and establishing the proper team on board. So bottom line, don't be afraid to share your idea, either one way or the other. Now, so whom you should connect with at this stage, where we just need to externally validate our idea, whether it is appropriate one for that call topic, we can contact the Horizon Europe National Contact Points. Of course, as you have here, excellent NCPs from TÜBİTAK that they're more than willing. You have their contact details from UFUK website, but you check them also. You go to the associate countries and you check the ones that you wish. So you go to Turkey and you see the ones that are here. These are the contact details, and you can contact them. And you have also in your FUK website of TÜBİTAK further details on their email addresses. So that's you have it here. Another possible pool of contacts for discussing your idea is EC officials related to the targeted call. Well, who are the EC officials related to the targeted call? The ones that probably worked before the publication of the call with some experts to work on what they should require and how it should be formulated, or the ones that are presenting the call in Info Days. What is Info Day? We will see. Info Day is an official event that the European Commission organizes, either physically or hybrid, in order to inform potential applicants on what is expected from that call. In those Info Days, normally the ones that present the call are the ones that have been working on that before, and they know more about the call than anyone else. So you will see a way how to make a note on those. And of course, you can always contact the Horizon Europe experts, the ones that are announced in the reference documents. If you go to the reference documents, as you will see if you go to the expert list, and this is the Horizon Europe under the funding folder, you will download here the expert list. So I strongly advise you to always download the expert list, because it has for the last 2 years. We had expert list 2021, we had expert list in 2022. They are not available anymore, but if you can download them 2 years ago, you still have them available. It's a very nice list of experts that you would like to have for possibly connecting with them for different purposes. So if you click there, you will do a very big list of experts, Excel spreadsheet. So that expresses their expertise and in some case their affiliation. Now, okay, I'm going to how you are going to connect with them. So you need to approach them. If it's a physical event, you approach them physically, you give them an honest compliment, and then you are asking them, so like, I like your presentation, I like the way you answer the questions. Could I have just 1 minute of your time? Just 1 minute. This is a proposal idea. Do you think it is attractive under this call? So you can contact also your NCP under that. We have discussed it now. If it's not an NCP, you can say we have discussed it already with our NCP. So please make sure that you discuss it first with your NCP. But some further direct feedback with you will be really helpful. If you haven't discussed it already with the NCP and you contact the EC officer will tell you, contact your NCP. So please contact your NCP first and then contact the EC officer. And I would like you then to ask another question. What else would you suggest that I must consider for that call? Maybe they will give you a hint on some partners that should be on board, type of partners, maybe some policy makers. And if they are not EC officials or NCPs, maybe they are experts, you can ask them whether they're interested to join your initiative, if applicable. And always focus to have a short follow-up, a visual meeting to discuss further details if you have any further questions on the call. Now, the above applies both if you're physically meeting with someone or if you're sending an email. You can more or less modify a little bit the script, but you can send an email and request some feedback from the EC officer or from the NCP or from the expert. Now, how do we find contact details? We see how we find contact details of NCPs. We see how we found the contact details of, we will see the names of the experts from the reference documents. Now, what I would like you is I would like you based on the pillars that you're interested in. So are you interested in pillar 2, cluster 2, culture, creativity, and inclusive society? Then you need to go to the European Research Executive Agency website. And are you interested in cluster 5, climate, energy, mobility? You need to go to the European Climate Infrastructure Environment Executive Agency. And you go to those websites as we go here, as we have here, and you follow them on their LinkedIn and on their social media channels. So to find out information about the latest calls, to find out information about info day events, to find out information about useful publications also. And then also, so you follow them. So that's one thing that you need to do. And the second thing, is that you need to check their events views. Their events, sorry, it keeps on. So their events website. I mean, when you have an info day event, and you will see a little bit later why this is important. So we went to the expert list as we've seen before. So you download under the reference document, they look for experts. So you download the latest list, 2023, 2025 now. If you're, example, looking for someone that is an expert in obesity, and if you download that list, you will find those names in the Excel spreadsheet. So you go to Big Brother. Who is Big Brother? Google. Now we have also generative AI, but Google is still the Big Brother. So you write their name and their research keyword, for example, Denisa Eglandina Duda, National Institute of R&D for Food. Maybe this is their affiliation. And you will see that if you write Denisa Eglandina, and even if you write Denisa Eglandina Duda and the word obesity, you will find in Big Brother to tell you their details and their email address. So if you do that for everyone, you will see, you will find for everyone their email address. So you have the email address, you contact them. By that approach, you see where they can give you any feedback if they have expertise on obesity and for that call, and if they don't have any conflict of interest, if they're not going to be engaged in any calls in the future in obesity, in the near future, then you can ask them to join your consortium. Why not? And this is what I say here. And as a homework, because knowledge is not power, applied knowledge is power, I would like you to connect with the social media channels of the executive agency and follow up their announcements. As we have already seen that the links in one of our previous slides. And now how you're going to find, do we have here, I think in, so if we, let's do it. So if we go to the agency here, I will go this one. It has most of the calls. So if you go there, first of all, you check their websites, make sure that you follow them, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn. Yes, so follow them, and also for the events, to check the events. Yeah. Check the info days. That's for that. So you check here, that one that is going to take place on cluster 6. Food is upcoming and ongoing. Make sure that you register. It's always nice to find out that. There was also, you can also go back and check not only upcoming and ongoing, but past, close, search. And why is that? Because you might see a recent one. So there was one One, I see here, one in June regarding cluster 3. So you click on that. Where is it? So you see the lesson activities, you check. We'll go to that one. Maybe it's easier. So this one here, it's one that took place. You can watch the recording on the program page. Yes, so you can watch the replay. And what I want you is I want you to watch the replay and see who is presenting. So who is presenting calls under destination 2, under destination 1. So you go here and you watch. We have also advertising from the European Commission channel. I will stop it. This one, skip it. So you check the names.
Good afternoon,
Of the
everybody.
presenters. So you see Elena Montani,
To this
Gilles Doyon,
session.
and you see the names of the presenters. So you make sure that you make a note of those, and then you try to find their contact details because these are the EC officers behind it. Yes, and use Google for finding their address. Work in many cases, people that work at the European Commission, they have Elena Montani, so they have something like Elena Montani at ec.europa.eu. This is the what we get. This is the notation: first name, last name, and then ec.europa.eu. So if that is case, European Commission, speaker profile, Ms. Elena Montani, more or less, yes, it looks so. Okay, so you have the name, you look for it also in Big Brother, Google, here, you see, here email address, and here even here phone number. Policy coordinator also. So you make a note on the you make a note on the presenters. Normally, this is what we have as a notation of an email address. I didn't know it, I just checked it. Now with you, we have also the phone number. So that's interesting. I think it's very interesting. So now you have the mail for sending them, your idea. If it is under a cluster, what was the cluster? 5, 6, I don't remember. 1. Okay, and we will proceed a little bit more until I finish that. And now you can start connecting. So this is your homework for today. I've shown you in practice in real time how you can do that. And I think that's a good point of stopping now for our break. Yes, I think that's a good point for our break. Yes, now for until for 30 minutes until quarter to 2. Is that okay for you? We reduce a little bit the break since it's an online course. So for refreshing yourself, having your lunch, coming back fresh to discuss the rest of the recipe. All right. So let's be back at 1:45, in a little bit more than 30 minutes. All right. And try to do the homework that we discussed already. So I will see you and we will proceed to the next step. And we need a fresh mind for the next step. So in 30 minutes. See you.
Thank you, Nicholas. We are also going to set a timer for screen, so participants will be able to follow how many minutes we have for the break. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, let me check if there are any questions. I'm checking. Okay. I will start with some questions and then I will go on, if that is okay with you. I hope you had a nice break. So now, full of energy, let's continue. That is, do we need, from Beza, a question, do we need to communicate with experts if we plan to apply for basic research, or is necessary for top-down research? Very good question, Beza, because that allows me to clarify that, because you're right, I haven't clarified that. It is necessary to communicate with experts, I think also for Marie Curie actions, not for ERC, but for Marie Curie actions for research infrastructures in Pillar 1 that are dealing with basic research. It's always nice to do it, not only for top-down ones like in Pillar 2. There is always the possibility to get some further feedback on the evaluation process, on what you need to be aware of, even in Pillar 1 in basic research. Not in ERC that much, but in Marie Curie actions and research infrastructure. Because ERC doesn't have experts in the list, they are panel members only. Now, the next question from Dodge, the output of the read action steps should be a well-structured summary of the core. Okay. Yes, that's true, but you have to wait because we haven't discussed that yet. Another one, if we submit a top-down proposal and it gets rejected, can we submit later to somewhere else? Apparently, no. I know that there are some people that are resubmitting, they have already a proposal, a top-down proposal from one call, and then they see another call that might have some relationship, and they try to resubmit it. My strong advice is not to do that, because a top-down call has a lot of specificalities. And it's impossible to find another call in a top-down that has same or even similar expectations than the previous one. So my strong advice is if you want to resubmit a proposal, please do it in a bottom-up call, but not in a top-down call. In a top-down call, start from scratch based on what we discussed here. Thank you, Umer, for asking that and allow me to clarify it. Okay. Okay, Kana asks also to go through and find the contact details of an officer of a particular call. Let me share the screen. So the first thing is that we identify in a past info day event. So we go to the here we go to the event. We go to the project, to the website of the executive agency that we're interested in, according to the pillars that we're interested in, and we identify a past info day event. So we identified here one that took place on 20th of May. All right. So we check the replays, we watch the replays, and we make a note of the people that are presenting. We've seen that, I'm just showing an example very quickly, that one of the persons that were presenting was Elena Montani. Okay, I write down in my notes Elena Montani. Then I know that by definition, let me see, by definition, let me go back. So by definition, I know that the notation that is used for email addresses for anyone that works at the European Commission is first name, last name, dot, sorry, first name, dot, last name at ec.europa.eu. So I made a guess, but just to confirm that that's the address, I wrote that address and I checked whether there is that address in Google. And I've seen that, yes, that's the address. And not only I found the address of Elena Montani, but I found also their phone number. So that is how we do it. Okay. So I think that is okay with you, Karen. If not, let me know. Now let's proceed. I don't think there are any further questions. So I will proceed with the next element, which is the read element. Now we have externally validated that our idea or our resources based on the idea could fit very well on a core topic that we have identified. We externally validate it with an NCP, with an expert, with an EC officer. Now we need to start reading even more material. What we have read so far, it's just the core topic description and maybe the destination. So now we need to go to the next step, and the next step is R, where we need to read material. So reading. So we need we need to read many different documents. We need to, first of all, check the work program. We need to read that. So we need to read. This is the R. So we check maybe in a little bit more detail the work program, but I assume we have done that. Now we check the program guide. Again from the reference documents, the program guide. Then that's okay, we don't need that yet, but we check this one. So not 3, but 4 frequently asked questions. For any code that we're targeting, we check the frequently asked questions. If there are any questions that have been raised, we read all of them. In most of the cases, there are frequently asked questions. So if we check a call, do we have any calls here? Here we have some calls. I don't know this one. I don't know what that is. NEB. Let me see if there are here any frequently asked questions. Here, you should be able to see any questions that have been raised. In our case here, there were no questions raised. 0, okay. That's okay. In some other funding opportunities, we have frequently asked questions asked. Let me check. Let me check this one. Maybe we are good lucky. Maybe they have some. No questions raised. But in many calls, especially popular ones, we see a lot of questions. Also, that's very good because we can, based on the number of questions that are raised, maybe we can understand also indirectly how popular that call is. Of course, it's a really a big general rule of thumb, but the more questions and answers are raised, the more popular that call is. So I don't see any questions now that have been raised, so that's fine. Okay, but even if there aren't any questions, but you wish to ask some questions yourself because you don't understand, in addition to the national contact point, you can always go to the research inquiry service. And actually, by the way, the research inquiry service is that you can ask anything for anything that you wish. So you send your question, you write your question, and you click submit, and you will receive in your email address a response. And then as soon as they anonymize that question, they will put it also in the frequently asked questions that are raised in the call topic description. So this is something that you definitely need to use. Material from info day events, that's essential, very important. We've seen how that works. So you download the presentation slides, any reference documents, any links. You check if on the project website they have also the agenda. You see, download the detailed program here. You check the info. Okay, useful documents, who should apply support. You check those. All this material, you download them. Sometimes, if we're lucky, we can find also to access the presentations, the slides under this relevant section. So we go to the program and you see here show details, and we can download also the material and show details. So we download the material, definitely. We need to download that material, specifically for the calls, for the destinations that we're interested in. For the introduction, and then for the destinations that we're interested in, we click on show details and we download the material. And that is something that we need to read now, after, at stage R, while we're reading all this information. So material from the info, the events. Guide for submission, proposal evaluation for the reference documents. You might have here some guide for submission. A quick look on the application template. There is already, we've seen that already from the reference documents. We've seen some parts of the application. A quick look on previously related projects funded already in the same area, in the same with the same keywords, just to see and understand, especially the ones that are, if there are references in the info day, because sometimes in the info day they might say the starting point of our project that we want needs to use project results from projects that have been funded under call 1, 2, and 3. They might say that. So make sure that you have a quick look on those projects and you see what kind of information you can use, whether you have the right to use that information, whether you can involve some of those partners in your own consortium. You check the evaluation material, if applicable, for these experts, if there is one. And always, and I would like to highlight that, you check the eligibility. I said that already, but I just want to highlight it once more, because of course this is from Horizon 2020, but it is something that I have it here because it was a big pity. What was that? In the eligibility conditions, they said in addition to the 3 different organizations from 3 different countries in Europe, plus associate countries, I would like you to include at least one participant from an EU associate country, outside EU, outside an associate country, that is member of the mission innovation. And these are these countries here. You need to have at least one participant from those countries. They were asking specifically for that call. All right. But even though that is a call that many experienced applicants submit an application, what happened is, although 7 proposals were submitted, none of them was funded because all of them were ineligible. They didn't pay attention on that thing. And they didn't include a partner from any of those countries. And that's a pity. So always check the eligibility conditions and make sure that you have a full understanding on them. If you don't, you contact your NCP on that. Now, so you check the eligibility conditions in our in the call topic description. And what is the green traffic light of R? The green traffic light is that you need to prepare a call topic summary, yes, outlining the scope, outlining the priorities to be funded, the eligibility criteria, submission deadline, evaluation criteria that we have already from the application template. We have them, I think, where they are. From the application template, these are the evaluation criteria. They are already there. And key documents that we need to consider. Previously projects funded similar to project idea. Financials. Yes, how much is the call budget? How many projects are expected to get funded? And some that we very often miss, contact details of whom we can get some quick feedback. Is it an issue officer? Is it an NCP? Is it a colleague? include that because that's important to have. So as soon as we prepare a cold topic summary, as soon as we have studied all the material that I just mentioned and possibly something else that might be mentioned in the cold topic description, we have prepared our cold topic summary, now we can go to the next step. And what is the next step? The next step is encapsulate or executive summary. We need to prepare now 2 pages, 2 to 4 pages. Yes. Not 1 page. 1 page is not enough. We need now to work on a proposal summary that we expect to be 2 to 4 pages. It is an important foundation for many different uses. So we need to prepare a proposal summary, and we need to put it in a way all these different things that we believe fit should be in a proposal. We try to summarize them and pass them through the needless thread. And there is a nice way to create a proposal summary. You can use a Word document, you can use a mind map, if someone is familiar with mind map and likes working on that. What I strongly advise you is, I strongly advise you to use, first of all, the power technique. The power technique is that we need to start with problems, objectives, work plan, expertise, and results. That should be the components of our proposal summary. Now, the most important thing, by far the most important thing that we need to have clarified is on this element, what do you think? I'm going to answer it, but I want to think also by yourselves, is this thing here. Problems is by far the most important one. So we need to identify problems as many as possible. And we have problems, if you can recall, from the cold topic description from many different areas. And I will explain what I mean with that. So we have here expected outcomes, what we want to achieve. Yes, the benefits that we want to achieve in any cold topic description. What does that mean? That means that we don't have that kind of benefit yet. That's a problem. So one source of problems are the expected outcomes by reformatting a little bit. So it says here we would like to develop concrete knowledge. What is it here? Better understand. We want to prevent it. How much we know it? So we have here many. So for example, this one here is yes. We need to develop basic biological pathways, genetic and epigenetic, conferring susceptibility and protecting against overweight obesity. What does it mean? We don't have that. So we have lack of concrete knowledge. So that's one problem. Another one here is that we don't have evidence-based clinical guidelines and best practices at the pan-European level. So what do we have here? The lack of evidence-based clinical guidelines, best practices, pan-European multidisciplinary preventive strategies, and policy recommendations. You realize now that from the benefits that are expected from the project, we can identify some problems. So we can do that for all the different expected outcomes and bullet points in any cold topic, in any top-down code. Now, is this enough? If you can recall, also from the cold topic description, we have problems also from the first paragraph under the scope. And we have also, in the same manner that we do here the expected outcomes, we can also do the same thing for the project objectives. So if we have a look here, we had one here, we had here that that call. This is the scope of that call. What is that call? This is cluster 2. So we see here that, cluster 2, okay, these are the expected outcomes, but we see also some other bullet points. And these are also identify successful approach to integrating cultural heritage as strategic asset into foreign policy and security frameworks. So what do we have? Lack of efficient and effective approaches to integrate cultural heritage as an asset into foreign policy. We don't have that. So that's one problem. Another one is lack of strategies at the intersection that combine art, culture, and emergency management and community resilience for dealing with crisis. Another problem. Another one is lack of case studies of peace-building initiatives. That's another problem. We don't have them since we were requested to have something like that. And this is from the scope objectives, from the scope, the bullet point. The scope bullet points are the scope objectives. So you realize now that we have, if we have a nice source of problems, and we have problems from the expected impacts, from the expected outcomes, as long as we reformulate them. So especially from the expected outcomes, especially from the scope problems, plus, as I explained to you, from the scope objectives. As long as we formulate them a little bit. That's the bullet points. So the bullet points in the call topic description, if they are reformulated a little bit, they can give you good problems. And that is what we want. Because the clearer our problems are, then the clearer will be our solutions. Albert Einstein once was asked, he said that if I had to solve a problem and it was a matter of live or die, it was a matter of live or death, and they were giving me 1 hour to solve the problem, I will spend 50 minutes, 50, for understanding the problem and 10 minutes for giving the solution. This is exactly how you should build your proposal. And now in our case, the proposal summary. You build, most of the time will be spent on understanding and clarifying what are the problems. And where can you find the framework of problems in the top-down call? From the expected outcomes, from the scope problems, the paragraph that we have there, and from the scope objectives, by reformulating a little bit. So now that we have clear problems, then it's easier to identify and provide solutions. Because when we have a problem, what do we need? We need a solution. So for each one of the problems that we identify, we specify our objectives. And then in order to achieve those objectives, we need to specify what kind of activities we need for achieving those objectives. And then as soon as we have the work plan clear, then we need to specify what kind of expertise we need for each one of those work packages to be fulfilled successfully. And then, as I say here, from the objectives and the work plan, we can specify what will be the outputs of those work plan of those objectives, which are the core results and deliverables. So you understand now, by starting with a very thorough analysis of the problems, that we take them from the call topic description, mainly, and by analyzing it, then we are able to create a very good proposal summary, an excellent proposal summary, actually. Now, also, since we are here, if you cannot identify problems, that call is not for you. Because based on your expertise and based on the expertise of your team, you should be able not only to identify the problems, but also identify problems from the call topic description, but also quantify problems. You should be able to quantify how big the problem is. When we have a lack of awareness regarding best practices dealing with obesity, how much we know on the practices that they are dealing with obesity. When we have a lack of knowledge on biomarkers to predict obesity or not, how much we know regarding predicting obesity or not on biomarkers. If you cannot answer that if you cannot quantify the problems, What does that mean? The cold topic is not for you. You don't have the expertise for that. And we said, you have an expertise, you go to a cold topic that is a top-down. You have a great idea, you go to a bottom-up call. So if you cannot quantify how big the problem is based on those problems that we have collected from the cold topic description, then that call is not for you. That's another very important element that you need to have in mind. So by far the most important is the problem. So you, as soon as you do the problems, everything else will be done very quickly. Everything else. So you will need to spend 2 weeks for writing the proposal summary. 10 days will be used for identifying, quantifying the problems, and the remaining 3 days, 4 days for the objectives, work plan, expertise, and results. As simple as that. All right. Now, where can we use such a great summary? First of all, we can use it for getting fruitful feedback. Yes, that now we have 3-4 pages. Nice. Also for engaging competent partners. Most of the partners, in order to be convinced if they're competent enough to participate in your project, they need to see a very well-structured proposal summary. You can use it also for inviting associate partners, the ones that are participating in the project because they are highly interested in the project results, but they don't receive any funding and they don't sign the contract. That was in Horizon 2020, the letter of support. Now they participate as associate partners. Is also a great foundation for a great proposal. The greater the quality of your proposal summary is, the higher can be the mark of your overall proposal, because it's the foundation. And of course, in many cases, like us, we don't have free time to write a proposal. Maybe we need to get a green traffic light from our supervisor to allow us to write a proposal, so to release us from some other tasks while you are writing that proposal. So in order to convince them to release us from other tasks, maybe they need to see our proposal summary, to see that we're really professional on that. So these are the 5 current uses of the proposal summary. It's a very powerful tool. In order to create that powerful tool, you need to use the power technique that I just described. So I see a question from Kubra, which calls are the examples of the top-down projects. These are pillar 2. We discussed that this morning, Kubra. Okay. Now, we have prepared the proposal summary. Okay, perfect. The executive summary. Now what do we need to do? Now we need to go to the next step. And the next step is actually attract competent partners. And as I said already, competent partners are 2 types. Direct ones and indirect ones. Direct ones are the ones that are signing the contract. They are part of funded partners in our consortium. And indirect partners are the ones that they don't sign the contract. They are highly interested, however, on the project results, so that's why they might be participating in the advisory report. They don't receive any funding, but they don't care. They are interested on the project results, so that's why they're participating. So it's important when we are attracting organizations to attract organizations and for our direct consortium, but also associate partners for our indirect partners. It's important. And actually, the more indirect partners you have with a specific role, the more impressive your proposal is. Because when we read the proposal as evaluator, we'll see, okay, they have, this project seems very interesting. They have attracted a lot of partners that they're willing to participate without any funding. That's a very good indication that that's a good proposal. And so, as I said, try to include as many as possible associate partners in your project. It adds high value. Now, okay, how can we find competent partners? There are many sources here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, by far the best one is our own network. If our network is very extensive, but in 99% of the cases, we don't have in our network everyone that we need in order to participate. Maybe we have, But in most of the cases, especially we're starting now, we don't. So our network might not be that extensive. Okay. Now, so that should be the first priority. Now, from all the other ones like social media and info day, broadcast partners, facilities, I'm not that fond of. Professional applicants, that they are competent ones, they don't use the partnerships facilities. They don't use the brokerage events. They are already fully familiar whom they should invite, and they don't use they don't use the social media for finding partners, unless there is a big specialization. Maybe they need a hospital, maybe they need a ministry. So partners that it's not that easy to find, maybe then they can use social media for that. But the next best source after your own network, yeah, so this is our own network. We don't like all the others. Apart from the fifth one, previously funded projects. Partners that have been participating successfully in previously funded projects. In Horizon Europe, all the projects that have been funded and details about the projects and the partners are given in the Cordis database. If you Google Cordis, you will find previously funded projects related to your topic. All right. Now, once I was giving for the NCPs in Horizon 2020, many years ago. Now I started and collaborate with Lithuanian NCPs every year with a lot of trainings. But when I just started, there was one event there, and there was a presentation from another guy that I liked it a lot, and I took it. And it shows how do you find partners in your consortium. And if you see, social media is just 5%, info days 5%, online partnerships facilities 5%. However, 50% from our own network that we have already collaborated with, or friends. So we have here 35%. Friends of the ones that we have already worked with. So that's why it's very important to start collaborating with the champions in Horizon Europe kind of application. Yes, it's very important to do that. And once we had another training, I think in the past, on how to do that quite effectively. But for the time being, this is what I want you to remember, that you need to be part of the ones that are initiating proposals, and by far the best source on finding who has been already successful in a proposal is Cordis database. You check there the projects. If you go to Cordis EU projects, or even if I write Cordis, so these are the project results. You see here the project and results. You write here, I don't know, obesity, let's say. Search if you're interested in obesity, cardiovascular diseases. And you see here that you have a lot of results, but you can narrow down them a little bit. So first of all, you need only projects, not everything. It will be reduced, 714, much less. Then we need the program, let's say from Horizon Europe, the latest ones. So we have 163. I would like to have it from Horizon Europe, but collaborative applications. So I will put Global Challenge in European Industrial Competitiveness, apply. So we have 43 projects that are dealing with that. So that's okay. And then you can download the search results. First of all, you need to put as many as possible. So you download them in one. So you have all the project results here. I think I need to register. I need to log in the Cordis for downloading that. Let me check. You see, you need to log in, so use this function, but I will try with CSV to see what I can get out of it. So if we check the project results, here I open it with OpenOffice. It's better on opening CSV files than Excel file. Yes, it understands better the numbering. So we have here 43 projects that we have their name, their acronym, their full title, yes, the about what the project is about, a summary of that, then the calls that they were, and also the link of the Coders project website. I mean, if you have that information, you check the project website, you check contact details, you see what you can get out of it. All right, but it seems to work quite effectively. So you have here the project websites, the Coders websites. From the Coders website, you can find the project websites, or if not, then you can use Google. So obelisk finding childhood. So you go there, you use the big brother Google, and voila, we find the project website of that, of all this. So we check, contact us, you send a message there, or in some areas you check the partners area to see whether, you check the project partners who are there. Okay, you see that partner file, you check the resources, you check the publications for finding names, and you see who are the authors. So these are core participants in the project. So you find them, you use Google now to find those and contact them, either inviting them in your proposal, if you're writing a proposal in our example about obesity, or if you can contribute in any obesity call and you have expertise on that, then you contact them and ask them whether they have whether you can help them in their project, first of all. And then if they have any proposal that they are initiating, how can you help them on being more successful? So you see here there are different ways to find out about the project, the contact details of people by looking just on the project website. Okay, many different things that I'm showing you, many different tips. I hope you keep notes on that, because these are not, I don't have them in the slides, but these are, I think, useful ones. Okay, so I showed to you, Rory. So if you're new, you need to become part of those. So you find which ones have been successful in a previous project related to your research area, and you contact them. You find their contact details. You find their contact details, you find names. You need to contact, if you're in obesity, you need to contact them. So you need to identify those contact details. So you find them, you use Google. So we have here this one, here, application. So you might even check there. So you have all the names. Maybe at the end they have also download all total cookies. Additional file. Maybe at the end they have also the contact details. If not, you use the project website. What does it have here? 1, 2. So you check the name of Ratika Sengar. Go there. Email. You will find someone. Okay, you see here. No, we don't want rocket science. You scientific researcher. LinkedIn. You can connect through LinkedIn and contact them and see also in LinkedIn what they have. So you use also from their affiliation. So you play around a little bit and you find the contact details. All right. And then when you find the contact details, then you need to first offer something. As you remember what I said this morning, you don't ask and you shall receive, you offer and you shall receive. So you offer your willingness to write a paper together, or to help them if there is already a running project here, how to help them in as a peer reviewer in some of their deliverables. Maybe you want to join their advisory board. And then as you become a collaborator with that, then you're talking and you're sending them a second email to see, by the way, are you interested in this call regarding obesity? We can contribute. So first, you make sure that you collaborate with them in a way or another, being peer reviewer, being an advisory board in the project, preparing a scientific publication, inviting them as a co-author in your publications, and then you ask them whether they are participating in any proposal or initiating any proposal, so you can be part of them. So I hope that was answered. And then we go, so as soon as we have the core consortium finalized, that's the green traffic light, then we go to T. And what is T? Is transforming. So we like to transform an empty application into a winning proposal, an ugly caterpillar into a beautiful butterfly. So we need to have on board a coordinator. We need to have on board the team that will write the different sections of the grant application, or write the excellence part, and another team mainly for the impact part. We need a support team to collect all the information from the partners, to include all the information in Part A, the online form, to follow up with any requests that are made from the coordinator. And we need an external evaluator also to evaluate our proposal. So all these are useful. Now, if you want to check how you complete all this administrative data, there's already very nice training on behalf of the European Commission, how to complete Part A, how to use the funding and tenders portal. So you check it for more instructions there. You always use this proposal summary as the foundation of the full proposal. Assign who is responsible to write what. The coordinator should be responsible to assign who is responsible to write what from within the proposal writing team. Now, the point is that should the coordinator write also sections of the proposal? Or optimally, no. I mean, he or she has a lot of tasks to do. But in many cases, they write some parts of the proposal if the proposal writing team doesn't contribute. If the proposal writing team contributes and you have already someone assigned to write a specific section, so all the sections are covered by the proposal writing team, then you don't have to write. You just do quality assurance. You just check that give guidance how the proposal should be written, and you check whether the quality of the contribution is of high quality, is high. So you can start writing the proposal by giving the main ideas on bullet points. You don't have to start in a narrative format, like paragraph. What has to be included in subsection 1.1? What has to be included in 1.2? You can use also the proposal summary as a starting point, because as we said, is the foundation, specifically for 1.1, for 1.2, for the implementation. Then, as a rule of thumb, set an internal deadline to finish the project, the final draft of the full proposal 2 weeks before the submission deadline. Why is that? Because of Parkinson's law, not Parkinson's disease, Parkinson's law. What Parkinson's law says, the less time we have, the more effective we get. So give them less time, the proposal writing team, to write. Even don't tell them that the official deadline is 2 weeks after. Tell them that the official deadline is 2 weeks before the submission deadline that is announced in the funding and tenders portal. And make sure that you have those 2 weeks before the submission deadline a full proposal ready. Because then you will have time to get feedback on the overall quality and improve your weaknesses. That's why you want to do that. So after having your proposal externally evaluated, You are uploading a draft version of your proposal 2 days before the submission deadline in the funding and debtors portal. Why 2 days? To make sure that there are no validation errors. Because if there are validation errors, maybe a PIC number is missing, maybe someone else is accessing the same part A, so that creates some confusion. So in order to avoid that kind of unpleasant surprises, make sure that you validate everything 2 days before the submission deadline. Upload also an empty template for part B if you're not ready, and that will confirm that everything is validated online, and then you can re-upload the final version, something like the beginning of the day of submission, something like that, to make sure that you will have an easy afternoon. We will discuss about transform also regarding the criteria formula in the next module, some things that we need to have in mind to impress the evaluators. And then we can go to E. E is evaluate. Yes? Evaluate the final draft. That can be a colleague, that can be external expert, but it has to be someone that hasn't been involved in the preparation of your proposal. Why? Because writing a proposal, as I keep on saying, is like giving birth to a baby. It's a very cumbersome task. And because it's a very cumbersome task, challenging one, we believe when we deliver baby, that is the most beautiful baby in the whole world. Which could be, but we need to have someone external to tell us what else we can do in order to improve the quality, to make our baby more beautiful. So that's why it should be someone that is unbiased, an external individual. And we get feedback from them. We make sure that we get feedback that is critical. Don't compromise with feedback saying, excellent proposal, please go on. No, we don't want that. We want to make sure that our proposal has weaknesses, and we need to identify them, and we need to improve them. There are always weaknesses. There is always space for improvement, always. So one more element is that evaluation can take place not only on the final draft, but also to give feedback on the proposal summary and on the proposal idea. Remember that. We don't need them all, but at least we need them for the final draft, at least. So we have evaluated the proposal, we have addressed the weaknesses identified from the evaluation, we submit the final proposal, we send a thank you message to all partners, even to the ones that they promised that they will contribute, but they haven't contributed. We tidy up because everything will be in a big mess, our desk, our electronic folders, and last but not least, we celebrate. We celebrate, why? Because for 2 reasons. First of all, it was a big journey. We passed a lot of traffic lights with green. So we gave a lot of effort and we learned from it. We met new contacts. We had the basis for probably a scientific paper or the basis for a national funding opportunity. So we have won, no matter whether our proposal will be accepted or not. In that respect, we need to celebrate with our team, with our closer ones, the ones that are helpful. So that's one reason. The second reason, so you can find any way to celebrate. Maybe you go for a dinner, maybe you go for a drink or for a coffee, maybe you go outside, maybe you go for a daily excursion. I don't know, find something that really fulfills you and your team, that you like. And then the second reason that I want you for celebrating is because I would like you to train your brain subconsciously, without even realizing it, to start writing proposals. Because no one likes writing proposals if you don't celebrate it. So do celebrate, so then the next time that you have to write a proposal, instead of saying, oh, no, I don't want to go through that process, it was a nightmare for me. You will say, okay, or subconsciously, let's write one more proposal. It will be at least one more opportunity for celebrating. That's why you need to go that way. All right, so a little bit of timeline. If T0 is the submission deadline, 1 week before we need to receive the evaluation feedback. So we have 1 week to improve it. 1.5 months before we can start writing our proposal. 2 months before we need to have the core consortium finalized. 2.5 months before we need to have the proposal summary ready. 3 months before the submission deadline, we need to have the call topic summary ready about the call. 4 months an ongoing process, we need to have an external validation that our idea or our resource or the way that we think we should approach it fits very well with the call. And anything beyond 4 times before the submission deadline is the perfect space for start working on our ideas related to that. And something that I would like to emphasize, if you don't connect, if you just have a great idea, if you read thoroughly, if you prepare an excellent summary as you think, if you start writing the proposal and you submit it, but without connecting, without attracting the core partners, without having connecting and inviting an external evaluator to evaluate your proposal, you will reach just 60% of the total potential of that proposal. And you need 40% more in order to have your proposal funded. So don't meet any of those. These are extremely important factors in the I create formula. So make sure not to miss any steps. That's why I'm asking you to have a green traffic light for each one of them. Okay, I think that's time. I think you were looking forward to that, I'm sure. Now it's about time to have our next quiz. So, Tuigo, I would like to invite you to share your screen and invite the people to start doing. That's the next one. So you can continue. Wait a little bit because that's the first one, Tuigo. Let's see how that goes. I think we have 5 more questions on that. Something like that, and then we will have the final test quiz at the end of the training, and that's it. No more quizzes from your side. Let's wait a little bit more because I see a lot of participants. One more, because I see 216 participants already. Let's see, we can reach 130. Duigu. That will be fine. That will be great. Wow, I'm very pleased. I see that we have more than 130 active participants. That's impressive. Thank you for that. So let's see what is the correct answer. It's an idea. What does the I in I create stand for? Exactly, it's the idea. I mean, I'm very pleased to see that the large majority of you had that right. It's everything starts with an idea. Either an idea for a great project in a bottom-up call, or an idea how we're going to fulfill the expectations that are in a top-down call. Right? So that's why we need that. Next one, Duigu. Now we see that the leaderboard, or more or less, is the same. Maybe Timur, Shahin, or Hassan Kodan were not part of the top 5 ranking list. That's interesting. Or Recep. Let's go to the next one. Which of the following is not one of the 7 principles of an intelligent idea? You see, you need to have an intelligent, a great idea. So we talked about 7 principles, but one of those is not part of the 7 principles. Let's see whether we can reach the 130. Okay, no more. Please, Doigo, show us. Because wow, 83 participants is easy to implement by anyone. Yes, that's the one that is not part of the 7 principles. Excellent. Okay. Next one, leaderboard, Recep again, first one, Emre, Gamze, Fatih. Begum is on the game now. Okay, and Fatih, next one. Who are considered indirect partners in a consortium? Indirect partners, interesting. Let's see the correct answer, Doigo, on that one. I'm very pleased to see that, yes, almost every one of you had the correct one. Associate stakeholders who don't get funding but support the project. These are the associate partners. These are the ones that are replacing the letter of support, letter of intent that we used to have in other European funding programs in the past. Excellent. Next one. Okay, Emre still at the first position. Recep, Gamze, Begum, and Fatih. So the usual suspects. Very good. Next one. At what stage should you finalize your consortium according to the timeline? I don't know whether you can remember. Okay, let's see the correct answer. That was a little bit tricky. Yes, I suspected that. It's actually it's 2 months before the submission, but as we discussed, but even if you have it 3 months before submission, it's great. But 1 week before submission, we don't want it. And 6 months before submission is even better as long as we have managed that. The earlier, the better is. But the latest that we need to have our consortium finalized is 2 months before the submission, the latest. And 1 week before submission, it doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. If you don't have a consortium 1 week before the submission, leave it. It's better to do something else. I mean, that means that you didn't follow the traffic lights as we discussed. So 2 months is the latest before submission, but of course, 6 months and 3 months before can be even better. But at least 2 months before should be the latest one that we need to have our consortium finalized. Okay, leaderboard here, Gamze, first one we changed, we have Hussein, that was not, I think, before. Serai, that was not before, nice. Emre and Recep still in the 5 top ones. Okay, do we have another one? Yes? What is the purpose of the power technique? Check. Still people. Let's see if we can get 100. Okay, yes, please do it now that we have 100. Plus, please show us. What's the purpose of the power technique? To structure propose ideas from core topics, problems, objectives, work plan, expertise, results. We follow that, please. Of the power technique, not of the proposal summary, but of the power technique. Exactly, that's the one. Thank you. Let's see now the ranking list. Comes at the top position, Hussein, and then Imrem, Recep, and Sarai. Nice, very good. And that's the last one. Put the steps of I creates in the correct order. More, possibly. Great, thank you. Yeah, Enrico. So what's the correct answer? Yes, it's actually idea, connections, read, encapsulate, attract, transform, evaluate, submit. Yeah, so let's see the leaderboard. Again, the same as before. Excellent, you're paying attention, that's great. All right, I think now, so we completed also step 2, the I creates formula, the full purpose development cycle, and now we will go with the last one, which is the criteria formula. Okay, so let's go a little bit. We have time on that. I don't know whether let's proceed. We might skip afternoon break. Let's see how that goes. Okay, now we have the proposal structure, and just before looking at it, let me check the application. Where is that's the application template? Correct. I mean, of a research innovation action. So we have part A, that is online form. Although here we see it in a PDF format, it's an online. You complete online the different fields regarding different information, legal data regarding each participant. So that's what part A has. Part, in addition, it has also your proposal team. Yes.
Hey, Nicholas, have you shared? I can see it.
Maybe I haven't. Yes, thank you for that. Thank you. So we have. Thank you. So this is the part A. So this is the proposal online. I mean, we see it here in a PDF part A, but it's the line that we complete. Always check, by the way, if there were any changes in the version, history of changes. Always check that. And we see here that okay, yes, there aren't any changes in part A. We have also the proposal team table for each partner, their publications, their expertise, resources, standard things that have to be included, and the budget for all the partners. And and then we have the ethics table that we need to comply as a project with some ethical principles. And that's online. You complete that online. All this information is online. In addition, we have also part B, which is a web document that we download, we write our proposal, we create a PDF file, and we upload it. And in the Word document, first of all, we always check the changes. You see that changes here, they say what kind of things change in the application template. So that could be useful. So this information on how to describe the activities per work package, that was not before. That is now. We should have a look at it. I will enlarge it. So, so you see here the proposal template, the definitions, we've seen them already. One thing that you need to be aware is that you need to respect the font restrictions. If it's, first of all, the size page limit, but also the font restrictions. If it says here is Times New Roman, Omnibus Roman, and etc., that's fine, but you respect those. Respect 11 points, that's very important. Sometimes people are putting into 10 points, and if you do that in 10 points in order to save some space, they might send you back the application and tell you, please, without changing anything, put them back into 11 points and send it to us without making any other changes, which means that the last pages of your GAN application will be deleted automatically. They will not be considered. That's why you need to respect those 11 points, the margins also. Whenever you see the word should, that is must. Yes. Okay. Okay, then we have the definitions. Also, if we use AI, we need to let us know for what kind of where we used AI, and we need to make sure that whatever we used it was for was checked. And then this is where the proposal starts. The title of the proposals, participant. Then we have the excellence part with the objectives, and then the other part with the methodology. Go on, then the impact with the strategies for achieving the objectives, and then 2.2, the activities for dissemination, exploitation, communication activities. Yeah, this one. And then we have a summary of the our impact, impact summary, something like that. Now, one thing that, since I'm not talking anywhere else, I would like to highlight, this is not a space for providing extra information. This is the space for summarizing information, not for adding further information, because many people are doing that mistakenly. No, make sure that this is an outline, a snap view of the specific needs that will be addressed from the expected results, what kind of deck measures will take place. Who are the target groups? What are the outcomes? What are the impacts? All right, now, so this is important, and you need to have that in mind. It's a summary, not extra space. And then we have the implementation, the quality efficient implementation, the work plan, the resources with work package tables, and also the capacity of the participants as a consortium and as a whole. So we describe here the value of each participant and how much they contribute to the consortium, and how the consortium has the unique assets to deliver the project successfully. And that's it. Then we have the tables that we have to complete regarding deliverables, milestones, risks, and work package description. All right, now, having said that, one thing I need to check here. Okay, as you've seen, we have two parts, part A and part B. Part A mainly is used for eligibility reasons by EC, to see whether we have the three minimum partners from partner from 3 countries in Europe and associate countries like Turkey. So this is in its own line. And then we have part B, which is a technical description, limited in size, specific structure. This is the one that will be evaluated by the experts. So this is where the experts evaluate the quality of your project. And it's in PDF format. And now let's see how the evaluation works. Each proposal in Horizon Europe is, first of all, has to be evaluated individually by 3 experts on average. This is the number that is used. Each one of those 3 experts, they individually evaluate the proposal, and they don't know who else evaluates the proposal. So when I'm evaluating a proposal, I don't know who are the other 2 that are evaluating the same proposal. And I'm not supposed to know, and I'm not supposed to find out. So I read and I focus and I give my own comments and my own mark per section and per criterion for the excellence, for the impact, and for the implementation. And now you understand, if we have 3 different experts, we have 3 different set of comments and 3 different set of marks per criterion. So what do we need to do now? We need to have a consensus. We need to have a consent. We need to consent on common marks and common comments. So that's why we have a consensus meeting afterwards, where we meet in most of the cases, we meet physically in Brussels. But in some other cases, we might have a remote meeting, an online meeting, a live meeting. So the three experts meet. There's also one extra EC officer responsible for chairing the discussions. And there's one more expert. In some cases, in some others, one of the three experts takes that role, that is responsible for recording what was discussed in the minutes in the meeting. Now, the three experts, they have to agree, as I said, on common marks and common comments. So what the EC officer is not entitled, or the extra expert, they are not entitled to give any views on the quality of the proposal. They are just there for the procedures of the meeting. The ones that are responsible for commenting on the quality of the proposal are just the three experts that individually evaluated each one of them a proposal. So they meet for 1 hour and a half, maximum 2 hours, and they need to agree on the common comments and common marks. So how they do it? First of all, they agree on common comments. And as soon as they agree on common comments, then they go and say, okay, then the EC officer says, okay, let's now read the common comments and see, since you all agreed on those, and tell me what is the most representative mark that we should give based on those comments. And in most of the cases, it is easily agreeable. If we have three experts, and if one of those experts doesn't agree with the other two, either on the comments or on the mark, then we have a minority view. What is a minority view? Minority view is, because that's why we have three, that one believes that that proposal is a very bad, the other two believe that it's very good. Or the one believes that it's very good, and the other two believe that it's very bad. There is a minority. Nowadays, the minority, if we don't manage to have a consensus and there is a minority view, that definitely will be discussed during the panel meeting. And that's the next thing. In the panel meeting, we discuss if there was any proposal that was under a minority view, but also all the proposals that are within the range and above that range to be funded. And all the experts are participating in that panel meeting, all the experts, plus the head of unit, because it's an important meeting, and plus some EC officers. And any expert in the panel meeting can ask, after looking in all, they have access to all the previous proposals of that call that have been submitted, they can ask the experts of any proposal to justify why they gave either a high or a low mark according to his view. An expert that hasn't been involved in the individual evaluation of the consensus meeting might raise a question saying, I read the proposal and I think that the mark that they receive is very high, or I think that the mark that they have received is very low according to their description. Can you explain to me why you gave that mark? So the other three experts, they need, in front of all the experts, in front of the head of unit, in front of this officer, to justify why they gave that mark. And then the panel meeting decides whether they leave that mark, whether they can increase it, or whether they can decrease it. And that's very important panel meeting. And why it is important? Because there is a possibility, one of the proposals to have been evaluated by three very strict evaluators. And although it was an excellent proposal, it got a lower mark with respect to another proposal that it just happened to be evaluated by three very loose experts. Then they are not very stingy in giving marks. So in order to avoid that kind of inconsistencies and lack of calibration, let's put it that way, then we have the panel meeting, which is a calibration meeting. We make sure that we avoid any unfairness on the proposals that have been evaluated individually on the consensus meeting, just by pure luck. Let's put it that way. So panel meeting is a very important meeting to my view. That's why also the head of unit participates on that and chairs the meeting. So we have in our evaluation marking list, we have marks from 0 to 5, and also half marks are allowed. And I would like you to pay attention a little bit on the marks that we have here. And here on the marks, we see that 5 is something that is excellent. If there are any shortcomings, they are minor. 4 is very good. And if there is a small number of shortcomings that are present, 3 is the quality is fair because there are significant weaknesses, and then we have by far more serious weaknesses when you give 1, 2, I have here 2, we don't see it here, and 0. Now, something that is quite important is a small number of shortcomings are present. This text here is extremely useful. Why? Because when we agree on common comments, then we assume before even giving a mark that that proposal under that criterion can take 5 out of 5. And then we read the comment that we have agreed and we see whether we identify any weaknesses in our comments. Because if we haven't identified any weaknesses in our comments, then we're supposed to give 5. So weaknesses that, on the other hand, however, but. So whenever we see that kind of words, we see what follows after those pronouns, and then we are saying, okay, that is a minor shortcoming, so we don't need to subtract a lot of marks. Or this is a serious shortcoming, or that we have a lot of shortcomings here, or that's a significant weaknesses. So based on the weak points that have been identified, we subtract marks from the maximum that the proposal can get. Which means what has far more significance? To have an excellent proposal or to have a 0 weaknesses proposal? To have a 0 weakness proposal because that makes an excellent proposal. So that's why evaluation in the I-CREATES formula is very important. We need to have an external evaluator as unbiased as possible, in the same manner that the European Commission evaluators are unbiased, to identify weaknesses. Because in advance, proactively, not during the evaluation process, but during the proposal preparation process. If we don't do that, the evaluators will identify those weaknesses, so many marks will be subtracted. That's why it's very important to have the evaluation of external evaluation of our proposal 10 days before the submission deadline. It can skyrocket the quality of our proposal. That important it is. Okay, so I hope you got that information. So what evaluators look? What we look first? We look the abstract or the first page, yes? Or the first page, whatever the first page is in part B. In part B, first page in B part. So make sure that you answer why this project, why it is urgent now, and why it is possible now. Why you are the most appropriate one for achieving that purpose, and why in this way. Why you're the most possible one to follow it, and why in this way. We look on the consortium composition, which is also related to why you. So is the coordinator an expert in their scientific field? Do all the parts have a key role and proper expertise? Is the consortium balanced, interdisciplinary? How many have worked together before, track record, so we can ensure that they're not meeting for the first time? Then we look on the objectives. Okay, are the objectives clear? Am I impressed by reading the first page? This is what I said also at the very beginning. What is the TRL status? Yes. And do we have that increased by 2 levels? Do we see visually how the TRLs will be increased? Are the increases of TRLs realistic? Is your work really beyond the state of the art? I mean, have you identified clearly the state of the art limitations? Do we have evidence on what are the state of the art limitations and how you're going to overcome those state of the art limitations? Is the team and also the approach multidisciplinary? So we have collaboration from different scientific domains. The work package leaders that have been allocated are the ones with the best expertise to complete their leadership role in each work package. Check that. Also, about the resources, is there a paragraph explaining how you distributed the budget? Are there any expensive or cheap, even cheap? We're looking for that because that means that you haven't estimated very well. Estimations for equipment, for consumables. Is there any external funding? We like external funding even if that is not required. If, for example, there is an organization that participates with its own funds because they're highly interested in the project results, we like to see that. It doesn't happen very often, but we like to see it. Is there a good explanation why we have that kind of differences in the person effort costs between different countries or partners? And the European Commission doesn't like subcontracting. So if there are any subcontracting costs, have they been well described why they are needed? And they're not part of the core activities of the project, which means that we can do also without that. It will be better to do it with subcontracting. But if we don't have subcontracting, we will be able to complete successfully the whole project. Then that means that the subcontracting is not part of a core activity, so that is allowed. So these are the things that I would like you to pay attention when we look on proposals. So we have very limited time, maximum half a day. In some cases, 1 day to read the full proposal, write the evaluation form. So it's not enough. Therefore, what we would like is we are negatively biased. We believe that before reading any proposal, if the success rate is 10%, 1 out of 10 proposals only will get funded. So we're negatively biased towards the 9 out of 10 times. We believe that in 9 out of 10 proposals that we will read will not be accepted. So let's find ways to kill it. That's the way that we think. It's a pragmatic way. It's a little bit harsh, but it's a pragmatic way. So you need to be aware of that. So because the evaluator has that negative bias, then they will look on the proposal quite quickly, and they will look on what I discussed just now, and they will have a good view of whether they should pay more attention or whether that proposal should be funded based on that quick look on those 3 or 4 elements that we just discussed. So make sure that these are top of the top. And now, after discussing that, what I would like to discuss a little bit the criteria formula, what you need to be aware in order to impress the evaluators. The first thing is the citations. The citations is something that is, to my view, very important because they transform claims into facts. What does that mean? What is a claim? What is a fact? Claim is what proposal applicants believe. Fact is what evaluators believe. And the best way to transform claims into facts is to give me a citation, a reference from a credible source. You are claiming that? Okay. Who said that? That is credible so that I can believe you and make it a fact. Because we cannot assume. Even if we know that that is the case, we cannot make that kind of assumption. We need to see that validated from a credible source. We are instructed by the European Commission very clearly on that when we evaluate proposals. Don't make assumptions. You evaluate what you read and whether it is credible or not, depending on the way the way that they have presented their arguments. So we are not supposed to assume. That's very important. That's why you need to use citations. So mainly in the state-of-the-art analysis, when you describe problems, this is where state-of-the-art these citations, references are applicable. So that's what you need to make sure. So citations is very important. We need to have at least in the state-of-the-art and when you describe the problem. Then resources. I have here a list of various resources. Now, some of them are more important than others. And how can we, let's say, outline that? First of all, who likes to talk about problems and then giving solutions? Who likes to talk about problems of society, problems of economy, problems of science, and then these are solutions? Normally, the ones that like to scare our lives are politicians. So politicians, they like to give problems, to describe problems and then suggest solutions or give solutions. So who are the politicians at a European level? Well, first of all, the commissioners of the European Commission. So that is in rapid press. You can see all the speeches that have been made by commissioners in the past. So you can find problems related to their portfolio and suggest solutions. So you can align the problems and the suggest solutions with your project. That sounds very nice and very attractive. And you can give a reference according to the commissioner, what he or she said. Yes. You mentioned that. That's a credible source. We have to assume that's a credible source. Also, another politician at the European level are members of the European Parliament. Yes. That members of the European Parliament, they conduct committees for making some decisions and preparing for some legislation. And in order to take decisions and prepare some legislation for voting, they need some experts to give some analysis. This analysis is called supporting analysis. So you can find supporting analysis in many different areas for the climate, for the environment, for the food that we consume, for the health-related issues. So you can find in the supporting analysis of the European Parliament committees useful information specifically for the impact and for the problem description in the excellence. So that's also another good source. Another good source, of course, are policy roadmaps. I mean, it's impossible to write, to develop a project regarding robotic-based solutions if you haven't considered what is the policy roadmap for robots in Europe. Is there one? We don't know. Look for it. Go to Google, put policy roadmap, and then the theme of your solution, policy roadmap robotics, policy roadmap AI, policy roadmap future factories, I don't know, whatever. And then ask Google to give you output in PDF. And if you do that specifically for robotics, you will see that the first thing that you will get, or one of the first, is strategic research agenda for robotics in Europe. All right. So that's important. And there is one more that I need to highlight, and you should not miss is public deliverables from previously funded projects. Before we checked previously funded projects for contacts, now for becoming friends of collaborators. Now we need to use it for identifying possibly some deliverables that we can use some knowledge out of it for our own proposal text. For the dissemination exploitation, maybe for the state-of-the-art analysis, maybe on their methodology, I don't know, but you can study the ones that are related to your research area, to the core topic focus, and see whether you can identify public deliverables that can add some value to your own proposal. And that's the next source that is quite useful. Okay, the other ones are nice to know and to consider, but if I need to give priority, these are the four that I would give priority for. So you need to have good resources for writing your proposal. Thirdly, we need to make our proposal interesting and inspiring. So in that respect, we need to avoid passive voice. Let's avoid that. Use of I, individual grants mainly, and we in collaborative projects. So we will implement that. We are a consortium of 5 partners. Not a project will be implemented by a consortium of 5 partners. That's passive voice. We don't want that. It doesn't encourage engagement. Avoid incremental objectives to improve current, because your objectives should be ambitious. You can have that in a task. Yes, the objective of a task, but not the objective of a project. The objective of a project should be something, in most of the cases, should be something that is radical, innovative. So improve current situation. This is something that fits better to a task rather than to an objective. You can always use statements like breakthrough, novelty, promising, as long as you justify it. So that's a breakthrough because of. it's a promising since we, so justify it, otherwise don't use it. Avoid being generic. I discussed that a little bit more later. So we will develop many results, or we will target a very big number of end users. No, tell me how much, mix, maximum, minimum. Yes. So try to quantify things, because otherwise you're generalizing, and that's not attractive. You can always use the last and first paragraph to convey the proper message of that section if there is a long section there. But very important is the VPS model, which is vision, or PSV is the same in a different order. Vision, problem, solution. So vision. For the last decades, the research and scientific community, in collaboration with the pharmaceutical industry, were active in identifying treatments of Alzheimer's disease. Problem. However, most of the problems start with the word however. However, almost all the attempts focused or managed to find treatments of the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease and delay its further progress, and not on the causes. That creates a lot of burden, not only in the healthcare system, but also in the quality of life of patients with Alzheimer's disease, as well as with the people that take care of them. And you can provide some further details. Solutions. Therefore, all the solutions starts with therefore, as soon as you have already identified the problem before. Therefore, our project focuses on identifying treatments for Alzheimer's disease related to the symptoms in order to, and then you describe whatever is like the VPS. So it's always nice to have that structure in your mind. And then make it more personal. Okay, what I mean with that is I would like to get a more close engagement with the evaluators. How you do that? Well, one way to do that, we discussed some already, but one additional one is to get inspired from an experiment that took place in Australia, where they asked doctors to predict whether someone suffers from a cancer by checking an X-ray. And they noticed that whenever you were putting a photo of a patient next to that X-ray, even that photo was of another patient, the doctors didn't know that, the prediction was increased by 30% that they made, which means that that photo created a closer engagement. And this is what I want you to take advantage here. Whenever, if you have the possibility to add a figure of your proposal team and or in the work package structure and the work package leaders, or in the proposal in the team synthesis, or in individual grants in the CV profile, like in ERC or in postdoctoral fellowships, Marie Curie, include the photos. As it can work, and it can work, and it can give it can create that closer engagement that we wish with our evaluators. So that's another tip. Under criteria, the T stands for tangible. Tangible means measurable and specific. So anything that can be measured, of course, is specific. So we need cardio tangible. What tangible cardios mean? We need measurable and specific challenges, problems, measurable and specific activities, measurable and specific results, measurable and specific target groups, measurable and specific benefits, impacts, measurable and specific objectives. Cardio. So we have here something that should be always avoided, always. What is that? Can you spend, just half a minute to read that and tell me what is wrong with that paragraph? I will wait and then I will give you the answer, but I just want you to think about it. What is wrong with that paragraph is that it's a general statement, which means that it's very generic. You can copy and paste it and include it in any other proposal without changing anything, almost anything. So, and it's a generic one, and we don't want that. We need measurable and specific text. So, which means that anything in your proposal that you can take it and paste it in any other proposal should be revised. Otherwise, should be deleted as a rule of thumb. Like this one here. We don't like that. When we see something like that, we say that that was scientific community. Which scientific community? Researchers that are active in obesity. Industry, pharmaceutical industry that develops pills for obesity. General audience, no. Adults that are overweight and are and have cardiovascular diseases. I don't know, but that might be your target group. It doesn't matter. You need to specify it because we hate it. The other one is challenges and objectives. Here's a very nice example. Because I think I had at the beginning some comments, someone, I think that person left, and was saying that you need to provide some examples and etc. I mean, that was very at the very beginning. So here we have here European global challenge, the problems, then the project objectives that will be solution to those challenges, and how we will know that that objective will be successfully implemented. So this is what we need, a structure like that. Now, something else is that I don't want your objectives to be smart. I want your objectives to be smarty. So what does smart means? I mean, I see many consultants and many even people from the European Commission saying you need your objectives to be smart. No, your objective should be smarty, whatever smart is, plus innovative. So smart means specific, measurable, and by the way, what is the difference between achievable and realistic? Achievable means it can be achieved. Realistic, it can be done with the given resources at the given time. And time bound means that they need to have a specific deadline when they are going to be achieved. So in addition to those, we need to have innovative. Otherwise, your objectives are not that well structured. Tangible activities. Yes, so for each one of those activities, you need to have key performance indicators, means of verification. So these are main project activities here. How we will know that that activity has been completed successfully? How will we know? How can we verify that that activity has been successfully completed? How can we know that that activity has been successfully completed? And I will come back to that because it's related also to the results. The results are very well linked with what? Our outputs from project objectives. The outputs of your project objectives are your results. So what are your core results? Are your core outputs from the project objectives. So in order to achieve those project results and fulfill successfully the project objectives, we need to have necessary resource and expertise, we need to link them with specific work packages, and we need to know when those objectives have been achieved successfully, milestones or means of verification. Okay, that's fine, but this is where the problem starts. This is an extract from the application template. If we check the application template, and we go to the list of milestones, you see here a table 3.1d, now a table 3.1d, and some other applications another number. We have here means of verification, and here it gives as means of verification, you see, the European Commission, the official template, application template. It says here, for example, it shows how you will confirm that the milestone has been attained. So far, that's an excellent definition. I like that definition. What is horrible is the example. It says here, a laboratory prototype that is up and running. So let me highlight it. What is wrong with that means of verification? What do you mean is up and running? We can have a laboratory prototype that is up and running, but without the prediction that we wanted. It doesn't perform as it's supposed to be performed. It is up and running, but it doesn't perform as we want it to perform. So that's the problem with that example. Do you want to be more precise? Tell me, a laboratory prototype that it is up and running with minimum 80% prediction, 8% prediction, 5% if that is okay with you. But tell me that. Tell me what should be your, what will make that activity and that result successful? Because as you give me the example, it is useless, honestly. I can have a laboratory prototype that is up and running, but it doesn't run as it's supposed to run. As simple as that. And another one, sometimes I keep on saying that I hope sometime the European Commission will change that in the template. But for the time being, I keep on saying that for 7 years now, and they still keep it the same. I mean, bureaucracy. And another thing that we want is we can have always at least one milestone that is a passepartout milestone. And that is any result that is finalized before being finalized has to be peer reviewed by two experts. Two externals can be two externals that they from the consortium, but they haven't been involved in the development of that deliverable, or someone even outside the consortium. So you can always say that minimum 1 or 2 peer reviewers. So that's always a good practice to make sure that the quality of your deliverables is ensured. And then we have target groups. So what do we mean with target groups, first of all? Who has interest in our research? Who can contribute to our work because they're interested? Who will be interested in learning about the project? Who could be affected directly by the research outcomes, negatively or positively? Who are not directly involved but could have influence? And have we specified the target group in not in a clutter format, in general format, not general public, general citizens, but female citizens that are affected by COVID-19, or not just decision makers, but members of the European Parliament involved in the design of the new robotics agenda policy 2030. That specific we need to be. And regarding target groups, we need something that is extremely important. We need to prioritize things because not all the target groups are the same. There are target groups that have more priority and more importance than others. And we don't see that kind of prioritization in proposals as evaluators. So here we can rank our target groups based on how much they are influenced and how much they're interested. So definitely the number one priority is target group 2. We need to give most of the priority here. And target group 3. Target group 1, yes, on the condition that we make them interested. So we need to move them there because they're influenced. They need to know about the project. They need to be interested in the project. Now, target group 5, okay, we will consider that, but we will consider it, but of lower priority. And target group 5, not 4, 5 is of the lowest priority that we can. We will consider it, but with very limited resources. Because they're not that much interested and they're not that much influenced. All right, so that is something that we need to prioritize. And we can show that also with tangible impacts that we have. So, So you have here, okay, you have here the expected project results, okay, based on the expected project results, who expects to benefit? We ask that for result 1. That result 1. Okay, how much they expect to benefit by the end of the project? How much they expect to benefit X years after the end of the project? Sorry. How we will achieve the expected benefits by the end of the project and end of the project for those target groups based on those results, and how we will know that we have achieved those expected benefits and future benefits by the end and some years after the end of the project. And then we have a very important is executive summary, abstract. We discussed about that. It's one of the first things that evaluators see. So we see here that this is the abstract or the first page. And this is the whole proposal. So, the more beautiful your abstract is, the more beautiful the whole proposal will look like. So, since abstract is the first thing that the evaluators will read, and you only have one chance to make a first good impression, make sure that you answer those 4 whys. Why this project? Apply the PSV model that we've seen. Why now? Why it is essential now? In some years. Why it is possible now? Why in this way? And why you? And why not others? And avoid copy and paste from the proposal section. If you want, you can even use generative AI to upload your proposal. Tell them, please prepare an abstract with answering those 4 whys. But not copy and paste. Not copy and paste. And here we see, okay, an example from a successful proposal. All right, we see the why this, why now, why this way, why you. What I would have liked to tell you better, and I don't see that often, is I would like to have that order. Why this? Why now? Why in this way? Why you? Now it is a little bit, all the information is there, but it's not that clear. So, okay. That's okay, but I would have liked even better to have that order that I just described with you. Another thing is the restructuring, and we're almost finishing. And then we can have our quiz and then finish something before 4:30, as the agenda says, but let's continue a little bit. With Daniel Kahneman. Daniel Kahneman talked about the cognitivist phenomenon. What is the cognitivist phenomenon? That first of all, Daniel Kahneman is a Nobel Prize winner in economics, and I think it's the only one that got a Nobel Prize in economics that is not an economist. He's a psychologist, and he talks how psychology affects economies, and he talks about the cognitivist phenomenon that we can apply also in our case here, and how psychology can affect the evaluation of our proposal. And how can we make the psychology of the evaluators better, to start like what they read, to believe what they read. And the cognitive phenomenon means make the life easier of the evaluators. Now, we need to make the life easier of 2 target groups. One is of the evaluators, because they need to start like what they are reading and they need to believe, and we need to make the life easy of the proposal writing team, because they need to like what they do, and in that way they perform better. So how can we achieve that? We need to restructure a little bit the template of the grant application. If you check the template, you will see that here, or I have it also in the note here, you see that objectives and then methodology. And then one. That's the section that we have in the headings that we have in excellence part. Okay, we keep them, but add also some further subsections. Objective, state of the art, TRL. That will be much easier, not only for the evaluators to find the information that they're looking for, but also for the proposal writing team to write what they need easier, where to write it. So that's something that is based on the cognitivist phenomenon. Work with the psychology of your team, work with the psychology of the evaluators. From that, we can have something like that or something similar by maintaining the general structure. We don't change anything on that. The same with the impact, maintaining the general structure. The same with implementation, maintaining the structure. And we have here next illustrations. Illustrations is very important to use in our proposal since we are allowed to. It's not like in Digital Europe that we have a PDF and we're not allowed to have pictures. In Horizon Europe, you have the evaluators have a very limited time to evaluate a proposal. In the same manner, in a similar way, scientists, researchers, they have very limited time to read a publication to see whether they're interested in that or not. So what researchers are doing, and evaluators in the same way, we check the title. Then we read the abstract. Then we check images of the other sections. Then we check reference if applicable. Then we go back and we read the text. And then we have an idea. At that stage here, we have already an idea of go or no go. No go. No go or go. By that stage here, before even reading the text, by just looking at the title, abstract, images, illustration, we have a go or no go idea. And then we will look in the text to confirm our go, no, or no go view. All right, so that's very important. And how can we make sure that we have a go instead of a no go? On that, we use illustrations. And in many cases, we try to remember that illustrations are equal to 1,000 words. And many evaluators are not having English as their first language. So maybe it's not that easy to understand some of the concepts. So it's easy to have illustrations. Also, it's important to realize that illustrations are like macarons. Like macarons, they make the evaluation process of an evaluator much sweeter, tastier. So we give them that. As a rule of thumb, one illustration every 1 or 2 pages. And when we say illustration, we mean figures, charts, tables. Also, this considered illustration, diagrams to substitute or complement in some cases the text. Very powerful for showing the project concept, the project methodology, the research design, the user needs also. So these visual information is extremely useful for that. Now, as part of the illustrations, you can use flat icon and story set for creating. There are some free icons there that you can use for creating your own illustrations, your own figures. And apart from the visual information regarding icons, you can play with the aesthetics. And what I mean with that, we have here the same paragraph. While someone is looking at it, while someone is reading, and probably is very tired, where the eye will stop, most likely, will stop here. So something that you don't want at all to be missed by the evaluators is something very important as information, very critical one. You include it into, you frame it, you put a frame, you change a little bit the background, and you might make bold some code words. Always do it like that in something that it's very important in order the evaluators to know and get impressed. Let's put it that way. Okay. Questions have been reduced significantly, not many questions, so I think you are tired. But believe it or not, we reached the end of the training. My God, that was a very big day, eh? With a lot of tips, with a lot of practices, but it was a full recipe, a full recipe. We discussed all the steps. Now, as soon as you digest what we discussed here, because I understand we discussed a lot of things in one day, and probably we need one more day to apply that in practice or from your side to digest it. But as soon as you digest that and you reflect on them, you will be in the top 10 of the actors in Horizon Europe. I can guarantee that to you. That's by the fact I'm speaking from experience. So what I need from you is I need to put a date in your calendar, you yourself, by yourself, when you're going to study the material. When you're going to study the material, when you're going to watch, if you want to rewatch the recording, and print it out, have it next to you, and possibly discuss it also with your team. Because everyone needs to be familiar with the recipe now. You're going to cook a very nice meal as a team, so all of you should be familiar with that. Now, what we still have, it's important, we need to, I will stop sharing because we have the quiz, the final quiz, in order to see also who will be the top 3 people that will have a one-on-one session with me, if they wish, of course. So I will stop sharing and I will give the floor to Duigu, first of all, to go to the to the quiz. Okay, I see that we are already on the first question. What does the SEAM criteria stand for? We didn't have a break. Sorry about that. But maybe it was better to finish a little bit earlier. So please answer that. We have 10, 12 more questions to answer. Let's see how many we will have. Just wait a little bit more. Wait a little bit more. Okay, let's see the correct answer on that. Citations. C in criteria stands for citations. Yes, remember, it's not communication, not coordination, not collaboration. It's the best way to transform claims into facts. And I'm pleased to see that the large majority had that correct, at least. Okay, next one. Let's see the lead board. Gamze, Emre, Hussein, Recep, and Begum. Are in the first 5 positions. Very good. Next question. True or false? I have already said that. So we can see who was paying attention on that. Then I will answer the question. There's also one question from Zeynep. I will answer that as soon as we are done with the test. And any further questions that you might have. Some more? Can try that. Okay, let's see the correct answer. Maybe some left. Yes, Tuiko. Thank you. Yes, citation transform claims into facts in proposal. I'm pleased that 88% got that right. Thank you. Let's see our board. Gamze, Rem, Sermes, Beku, Merve is still on top. Okay, in the top 5. That was not the case before. Thank you. Next one. What should be avoided in writing objectives? Should be avoided. One more at least. Change 69 to 70, possibly. Okay, Tuiku, please show us. Okay, I'm pleased to see that mental phrases to like to improve current. Yes, we don't want that in the objectives. Use of strong words like novelty or breakthrough, they can be used as long as we can justify them. And normally we don't have them in the writing objectives. Sometimes we might have them, but like to improve current, we don't want it in objectives, we want them in tasks as a rule of thumb. Good, next one. Let's see the board. Okay, more or less I think the same. Okay, next one. Tangible means in cardio. Okay, I think we can see. Almost everyone got that. Measurable and specific elements. Thank you for that. Okay, that's true. That's excellent. Let's see the board. The same usual 5 top for the time being. Next one. Which of the following is not part of the 4 whys for the abstract? For the abstract. Okay, let's see. Okay, which of the following is not part of the 4 whys? Why competitors? Yes. Why this? Why you? Why now? Why in this way? But why competitors is not part of the 4 whys. Okay, good. Majority got that. Again, the same top 5. Let's see if we have any changes. Next one. Okay, in proposed evaluation, what is the threshold per criterion, excellence, impact, implementation? I've shown that, but I'm not sure that whether I said that, but I've shown that in the slides. Per criterion, not overall mark, per criterion. One more. Okay, let's see. Yes, 3, correct. That's the minimum per criterion. Of course, overall, you need to have at least 10, but that's per criterion. Thank you. Let's see the ranking list. The same 5 people. Good. Let's go to the next one. True or false? Illustration should be avoided because text is clearer for evaluator. True or false? Okay, let's see. That was easier. Pleased to see that 90% got that right. Okay, good. Good. The last majority. Let's see the ranking list. I don't think any changes. Good. Let's proceed. Which of the following enhances cognitive ease for evaluator? Okay, let's see. 100% got that correct. I'm very proud of you. Excellent. All of you. Yes, structure and visually appealing content. Again, the five, it's the same five. Nice. Next one. Okay, what should target groups be defined as? Okay, let's see. Yes, at least the last majority got that. Specific groups with clear interest influence female citizens affected by X. Not vague categories, not general public only, not anyone in Europe. We need to be as specific as possible. Let's see the list, ranking list. We have Goxin now on the ranking list. Nice. Next one. When should external evaluation of the proposal take place? The keyword here is only. That might not be the desired one, just to give you a tip. Okay, let's see. Indeed, it's at multiple stages starting from proposal summary. I mean, what it could have been right before submission or 1 week before submission if it wasn't saying only. But at multiple stages, starting from proposal summary up to 10 days before the proposal submission that we have the full draft. I'm pleased to see the majority got that correct. Let's see the ranking. Okay, now we have Emre, Recep, Bekum, and Cox. A little bit the order that changes. Interesting. Next one. Now, which section do evaluators read first and form an impression from? let's see which one is the correct one. Yes, it's abstract and first page. Almost everyone had that correct. Remember that abstract and first page in part B. Now, let's see the ranking. And for the next question, Tuiko, I would like you to pass it. I don't want to give that to be answered. All right. No, but let's go back. Let's go back. Go back. I don't want that to be answered. Yes. Okay, let's see the board. So, okay, not many changes. So the next one, skip it. The next question, skip it. Do you go? Skip it. Skip it. Okay, now that's the one. The N criteria stand for. That's the last one. And that's the last one. So okay, let's see. Aesthetics. A stands for aesthetics. Yes, you don't meet that word very nicely, but it was the one that was fitting better the word criteria formula in my case. All right, so let's see who are the winners. Well, we have Emre, Recep, Begum, says you should be fine, so go to the timeline. Okay, interesting. So, the first three, but let me be generous here, since I see your names here. Those names, I mean, you are all five, not only just the three, all five of you, because you did a good work. All five of you, you can have a one-to-one session with me to discuss anything that you wish. Yes, we can meet for half an hour, even more, with each one of you. Contact me if you're interested to have a one-to-one session to discuss anything that you wish. Okay, now let me go back and see what I have. So, congratulations, wow, and for completing the quiz, and for staying here live with us. As I said, now you are in the top 20 of individuals active in this program. And if you start applying what you learn with the homework that we have discussed, you will be in the top 10. And if you improving the full recipe, you will be in the top 5. That's how it works. Okay. Now, so you should receive the material. I mean, there's nothing else from my side apart from thanking you and opening the floor for any further questions that you might wish. Emre, you're welcome. For the session. Normally I had the contact details in the slides, but you can ask the contact details from TÜBİTAK or from the program team. I mean, it is okay, Andre, thank you so much. You're welcome, Sibel. So, Emre, you are in the top 5. You need to arrange one-to-one session with me. Remind me. Contact me through the program team, and we will arrange that. Just got my degree. Yes, you have to wait on that. You don't have to use it now. Of course, you don't have to have the one session now. If you don't need that, you can have it later when you're writing a proposal and etc. Recep, feel more than welcome to do so. You're welcome, Mehmet, Mehmet, Sarah, Mehmet, Ilke. You're welcome, everyone. Okay, I don't know if there are any closing remarks from someone else. You're welcome, Gomez. We discussed a lot of things. You're welcome, Khan. Michelle. You're welcome, Fatma. You're welcome, Gunay. You're welcome, Kokan. You're welcome, Muslim. Apology for some time not spelling the name in the proper pronunciation, and apologies for that. Thank you, Recep. Thank you, Ulku. Thank you, Songul. Thank you, Seda. Thank you, Nazli. Thank you, Ilke. You're welcome.
So thank you so much again, Nico. It was a great presentation. Our participants learned from the very fundamentals of the Horizon Europe with the clusters and different areas of Horizon Europe. They learned how to prepare their project idea, to write down their work packages, and all other aspects of a project that needs to be fulfilled. And as NCPs, National Contact Points for Turkey at TÜBİTAK, we are ready to receive your questions. And just like Nico offered, we offer free one-on-one sessions too. Whenever you need, please get in contact with us. You know our website, ufukavrupa.org.tr. And we just came to end of this presentation. And thanks again, Nico. And looking forward to our next meetings and events. Thanks again.
Thank you. Thank you, Mehmet. Thank you, Pagli. Thank you, Eren Khan. Thank you, Kaner. Keep up the good work. Stay in touch.
Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
We will. Thank you. Bye.